Good evening. Let's see
No, it
here.
isn't.
That's past 6.
I'm actually curious about something. So hang on a second. I just want to see. It's not showing that it's gone live.
Oh.
Now it has. Now it's good. YouTube is being a little late.
Is this live?
Mm-hmm.
It is now, Eric. So now you can incriminate
We
yourself
live?
in whatever way you see fit.
All right.
Now's your chance. This is your moment.
This thing on?
Yeah.
Hello.
Well, Josh seems to think you're on here. It's Friday night. You know what that means? Because Carlos is live. Well, now it is.
Oh,
A moment ago, it wasn't because I was refreshing the page and I wasn't seeing anything. Usually, it shows the countdown a little bit, and I was like, "What the heck's going on?" Okay, I don't know. Apparently,
Yep.
Hope it means Eric eats an entire pallet of mayonnaise, a whole pallet.
No, that's,
Evening, Paul.
I don't know why I keep doing this.
Because secretly you hate yourself. We all do too. It's understandable.
Yeah.
Get a bit of ham. Perfect. All right. So it is working now. It's good.
Everything sucks.
Hey, it happens, man. It is what it is. And then tonight. So first, it is episode 190 of the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. That is first.
Uh-huh.
And then second, on top of that, if that were not enough, then tonight is game 5 of the Dallas game.
Yes. 38 minutes till puck drop.
That's right. So it's like a semi-watch along to go along with the regular live stream. So maybe I'll pull out the jersey for this one. So game 3, Dallas played very well. Game 4, not so great. So we've seen both ends of the spectrum. Both teams took turns playing the more dominant version of the game.
Well, at least we were all right. It was going to be a toss-up.
Yeah, well, it's back and forth. But like I think game 4 showed what I was saying earlier, is that if Dallas gets a little complacent and they allow Edmonton to start moving downhill and just start piling up shots, that a couple will start to go in. But then game 3, it was kind of the opposite. Dallas was doing what they needed to do. They were getting shots on it. So we've literally seen both sides of the equation.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, so now I hope you guys have both figured out that you kind of have to put in the full effort. If you play a more complete game, you're probably going to be on the good side of that equation. So neither game was close. Both it was just one direction versus the other. So now game 5, we reset. We'll start again.
That's not even my biggest thing. Okay, my biggest complaint, of course, is I had to watch that certain player from the Dallas Stars, formerly the California Golden Seals, score a hat trick, and that other guy that we know, I had to watch
Minnesota kind of before that, and then
So I'm not at all happy.
Just awful.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at least Bobbles wasn't able to use any of his pumping technology in game 4. That we didn't hear a peep, not a peep out of him in game 4.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God!
I think he left the building at that point.
Oh yeah, he ran away. Well, I'll be fair. Like one of the things that makes me always kind of laugh is this is just a fact. Brandon's got 2 things that he's basically known for that I kind of enjoy. He is captain small sample size. You know, if somebody score, during the early days of Jason Robertson, and I kind of laugh about it because they say tongue in cheek. He scores a couple of goals. Like, well, he's on pace for 82 goals. It's like that's not how that works. It doesn't matter. Like, if you score a goal in game 1, yes, technically this is true. Technically true, but don't worry about it. We're going to need to see more games. We're going to see more games.
Matthews had that going on. Remember?
Yeah. Well, the difference is Austin Matthews was actually, he should have had 70. He stalled there at the end. But he was actually fairly consistent scoring the goals throughout the season. That's what you're looking for. If you're talking about goal scoring, he scores goals in bunches, really big bunches. So over the course of the season, it added up. So it worked out. And the other side of it was in the very same watch-along game, Dallas got down early and then he stopped watching. It's like, well, they've shown already a propensity of being, sometimes they'll give up a couple of goals and then have to work their way back into the game. They were down 2-0 against Vegas, and they were able to win against Vegas. So the point is, they can get down and can come back. It's the coach's job now to be like, well, you guys saw what game 4 was. Don't do that. Let's not do that again.
Yeah, don't do
Learn your lesson and don't do that again.
Yeah.
Good evening, Sean. We're going to move around a little bit. There's no specific topics tonight. Well, I'll do a little mini watch along for it as well. And basically making fun of Eric. Usual.
My topic continues to be, I hate Leaf. They have me addicted to these things. I don't even understand what I'm purchasing. I keep buying them. I buy doubles of them. I don't know what to call them. I can't keep track of them. And I am so upset with Leaf Trading Card Company. This one's in the mail today. I don't even remember buying it.
I think that's
You are
based
the sick
on
man.
self-abuse or something, isn't it?
Yeah, you are the sick man.
I think you're almost like Munchausen by proxying yourself.
Unbelievable. Now, listen, like, you don't think I have a problem? Here.
Who's that? Justin Robinson?
No.
Jason, sorry. That is redonkulous.
Can someone help me, please?
Addictions are a very bad thing.
You know, I hear Brian Gray, a good old BG, can probably help you with that.
Probably, yeah.
He can probably suggest even more. More.
And I'm pretty sure there's more coming in the mail.
See, it's better Eric showing all those things. So I'll read a couple comments here and then we'll get to it. Speaking of the small sample size, hold out 3 times today, 54 more in golf. Trend not likely to continue. Oh no, you're gonna go like per bobbles. You're gonna go 87 under next round.
Mm.
You got this, buddy. Does Eric have his own card shop? Eric barely has a room that he's allowed to be in.
No, I do not. I work at the largest card shop in New England.
You're allowed to endorse him.
For my friend who is the owner, but I do not own a card shop. No.
See, here is a better representation of Eric being the sick man.
Right? Yeah, but I've gotten more since that picture was taken.
Well, then you need to update the picture.
I'd say
there's some more lemon M&Ms.
Nobody has this many Reggie Lemon Ding Dong cards in the whole wide world.
Nope, that's for darn sure.
Interesting.
Bet on that. I would say there's not even a close second.
I got the 3, the 5, the 7, and the 10 of the acetate, and then I don't even sure I even know what these even are.
You can just start making it up. No one will know the difference.
1, 2, 4, 5, 6.
Shimmers. I'm not sure
9,
which
10.
is which. I tried calling Leaf to ask them a question. It went to a voicemail, and the voicemail is full. This is an actual company that if you call this company, you get a personal voicemail, and it's full.
We're
not calling Bobby.
I think that was Brian Gray's personal phone number, maybe.
I was going to say, maybe. Even Justin?
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Shot 200 today. It got my yearly under par round out of the way. You guys hear the National is banning reselling of tables to guys not on the list. I did hear something like that where they were trying to basically cut out on the Yeah, they were. Yeah,
you can't do that at the expo.
The idea was that the National is now being very protective of some of their spots where they were, because they knew that some people who have tenure and like good locations or whatever, if for whatever reason they can't make it or they don't want to go out and bother with it, they basically would sublease their spot, so to speak, because they take advantage of the fact they got tenure. But the idea is that they're like, no, if you got one of these primo spots and you don't intend on using it, well then forget you. We'll just move everybody else up the pecking order. We'll step.
Yes. Exactly.
So I can kind of see where their heads at on that, especially since they've been able to sell so many tables now.
And so 200 is pretty good on mini puck. So
it's pretty good. Sean, what's the shop's name? It's isn't it Sports World? Just Sports World?
Saugus, Massachusetts.
Where?
Saugus. Sounds an awful lot like Mississauga.
Sawdust.
Just saying.
Yeah, Mississauga.
Saugus.
And by the way, now I'm in the middle of now every time I go to the mailbox, I get a flyer from one of these mayoral candidates, and I'm like, and I get to practice. Who the fuck is this? Who the fuck is this? Who the fuck is this? I don't know who these people are. Vote for me. I don't know who you are.
Yeah.
Leave me alone.
It's a lot of Lululemons. I know. That lemon collection looks mythical. Keep up the great work. Look at you, Josh. Look at you.
I picked up on that. Okay, I understand what he's saying. Shut up,
Scott. Scott says, "Hi, gentlemen, and Eric." True.
What? No. What?
Lucilio in the chat. One of Eric's other
Spicy Eyes in the house. Wow.
That's right. We got some Spicy Eye sighting. Spicy Eye was at the AEW pay-per-view.
Oh,
he was allegedly working. Allegedly.
Just allegedly.
Yeah. Just saying,
working on getting on
way too much this week. I'm all billied out.
Wow. Yeah. When Eric says he works at the largest card shop, does he mean Hallmark? Can you imagine getting a Get Well Soon card from Eric? No doubt.
That's Cards HQ is the largest card shop in the world.
In the world, yeah. Well,
probably
in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Bobby's favorite place in the world.
I love Atlanta.
Yes. So Ham says, you fell victim of one of classic blunders. The most famous which is never get involved in Leaf serial numbered rainbow, but only slightly less well known as this. Never go in against a Sicilian when death is on the line.
Yes, but it's cheap, though.
I picked up on that reference too, Ham.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Princess Bride. You can't get a Princess Bride reference past me, Ham.
No, wow.
No, never gonna happen.
I don't think I've
actually met Carrie.
I was gonna say that of all the things he could brag about, really, is that the one?
That's probably the last on the list.
Talked to Carrie Elwes.
Wow. Anyway, Ham says, "Where's the damn gold, young gun Bedard? Look, I'll let you see it when I feel like it."
Yeah.
Billy and I've already discussed this. Right now is not the time.
No.
He doesn't want me to reveal. He doesn't want me to reveal it yet.
Who needs Bedard Young Guns when you have these?
Yeah, those are investment quality. Well, they're quality.
There's something, no doubt. Yeah. Okay, actually, this reminds me. So Sean here brings up something that reminds me of something that I think we can talk about for a few minutes because it plays into our couple of our favorite little subcategories. Okay, so yes.
Food, music, which?
Well, we're going to talk about Eric's favorite company in the hobby.
Oh,
the single greatest, the one that was able. They were so popular, they were even able to hand out fake doctorates. Wow. Facts, truth.
Yeah, you got it.
Apparently, if you work there, you can be a doctor. You don't even have to write prescriptions. It's terrible.
Yeah.
So Sean says, "What's going on with the fake Jordan card that's graded by Beckett?" Yes. So let's talk about this. So let me explain, and then I shall also include a link in the description to something YouTube related. So what we're going to talk about is there's the different PMGs. One of the ones that sell for the most are the different Jordan PMGs, the green and the red PMGs, both sell for a ton of money. Well, apparently on eBay there was one that sold a alleged red PMG. Problem was, it wasn't a red PMG at all. It's pretty much missing all the hallmarks that you usually expect. It literally doesn't say PMG on it. It doesn't say precious metal gems. Like the words are on the card traditionally. This does not even have that. It's lacking all these things. And Eric's favorite company in the world not only slabbed it, they slabbed it authentic and labeled it PMG, which is very problematic because a PMG, even if it's one of the backdoor copies, one of the PMGs, because obviously there are backdoor copies. That's the thing that happened with a lot of those. But even then, those hold some value. There's still value for the hardcore collectors because it actually came from the company and they're still real cards. Yeah, sure. Yeah, they're still real cards. They just missed a serial number. But in this case, best guess is that this was a base card that somebody fiddled around with to make it look red. So it's like it's a really lame fake. It basically is the point here.
They used the Kirk juice and it put it in there too long. It turns red.
Maybe, perhaps that's the issue. So anyway, so the point is, the reason why this is particularly interesting to me, the thing in and of itself, if I had just stopped at Beckett graded something they shouldn't have graded, I cackle, and then we move on with our lives. There's also the fact that somebody paid $23,000+ for it. Now, if that had been all, I would have hit the $1 million man button, would have hit the cackle, and we would have still moved on. Maybe let Eric have a rant and then moved on. However, the individual who claims that they were the one who purchased it has made a YouTube channel. They have a YouTube channel in which they are telling their story. And I think they're 3 videos deep in explaining themselves and talking about it and giving updates and all that. So here it is. Fake PMG Saga is the YouTube channel. And this is the guy who claims that he's the one who purchased it. Now, he does obviously show screenshots and things like that. So it's again going back to Eric's flex from a second ago, not something I brag about. Basically bragging about spending $23,000 on what everybody is pretty much convinced is a fake card, and then the process of trying to see if he could get either eBay or Beckett or somebody to take basically responsibility to try to help him get back his money. Really, he should just get the seller to give him back his money, just refund it.
Not with that teddy bear in the background. I don't think so.
Well, clearly not. But the point is this. So this is the channel. This is the channel. This is the person. There are 3 videos in on it. Now he in the very first video he talks about it, and he basically explains. So I'll kind of make a point about this. And like I said, I'll share a link to the YouTube channel, to one of the videos in the description. I'll share that, and then you guys can check it out for yourself and listen to his story and everything. So the bottom line is he was talking about being kind of a novice, kind of a newbie. And I'm like, you're a newbie who spent $23,000. Why is that like the first thing you would do? Like, if it's $23,000, clearly he has the money. Clearly he has money, because it wasn't, you know, you'd be freaking out a little more. The demeanor he takes into it tells me that $23,000 is not the be all end all for him. Yeah. But the point is that it's still a lot of money in the conventional sense of things. But the problem is that his whole argument, and his whole argument shows me the naivete. He was basically saying that, well, I thought that, you know, eBay authentication was up. It's like, no, they're basically just proving it's a slab. Mm-hmm. If it says PMG Beckett on the slab and that's what they're looking at, yep, it says PMG Beckett. Yep, it's good. Passes authentication. That is correct.
And I heard the case was loose.
Yeah. So real quick, I'll read a couple here, and then Eric, you're going to get a moment. But before I do, I got to read a couple of comments here. Let's see here. Good evening, Orlando. Eric, how many more do you need before you frame all of them? Got to go for the dream, buddy.
Yeah.
DDD minus investment grade. Crumble Cookies is Eric's favorite company. That is true. That is
the framing will cost more than the cards.
Oh, no doubt. Easily. Bobby and Atlanta reference off the bingo card. Got it covered, Zach. Got it covered.
I said I liked them. I didn't do the reference. I said HQ, yeah, first. Okay.
Good evening, Jeff. Yep, you brought it up. Atlanta CCC investment grade in Bobby's eyes. Facts. Here you go, Dufex. Good evening, Dufex. Buyer admitted he thought it was a suspect card lacking all the PMG hallmarks. So I mean, he kind of on him to an extent, along with BGS. No, I'm going to argue it's 100% on. Being naive or being new to the hobby and everything. Like, look, let me offer a sage piece of advice. I don't care how much money you have. If the thing is $23,000, you may wish to do more than the bare minimum amount of diligence. I don't care if it's graded. I don't care if it's got eBay authentication. I don't care if it's, maybe $23,000 isn't your first move. Maybe we start with a couple of Reggie Lemon minimums. Maybe we start there. Maybe we start at that price point and work our way up.
So what's the backstory on it between the seller's side of things?
The seller claims that they submitted it that way, and they claimed that they thought it was kind of an error or a sample or something like that. And then Beckett authenticated. But they authenticated with the labeling saying precious metal gems. So look, there's 2 issues. And I'm going to get back to this to the buyer here in a second. The point is, if the seller sends it in and Beckett does their job, they say, no, this is absolute trash. This is complete fake. Get out of here. That should have been the first line of defense. That it didn't happen. eBay Authentication's only job is to confirm that the slab is not fake. Basically, they look at the listing. It says precious metal gems. Yeah, here's the slab. Precious metal gems. Check. Michael Jordan. It is a Michael Jordan. Check. Is it a real Beckett slab? Tick tick tick. Yep, it's a real Beckett slab. Check. All right. eBay Authentication passed. Like. Technically, eBay Authentication did its job, because it's not their job to relitigate the card inside the holder. That's not their purpose. If he had said it was, you know, a Dennis Rodman red PMG and he's handing a Jordan one, well, then we got a problem. There's a disconnect between what was on the listing and what's in the hand. But otherwise, eBay Authentication did its, like I said, the guy assumed that eBay Authentication would be doing something else. And I'm like, no, that's pretty much what they do. We can't blame the setting on this one, Bobby. We got it turned off. So I don't know. So anyway, so all I was saying is that I'm not letting the buyer off the hook here, because yeah, in the story, he basically says that he thought it was kind of suspect. Well, then why the hell are you bidding 23,000? Like if you have any red flags, maybe you don't do that. So that moves me to Orlando's comment here. He goes, the worst part of it is a news collector now has a bad taste for the hobby. No, he's stupid.
No, and he would never have a taste for the hobby. So
yeah. So I mean, I'll be blunt. I don't care if people get a bad taste for the hobby. If you get taken on a $10 card or a $100 card because a dealer lied to you or something, then, you know, we got a bit of an issue. The reality is, and here's the truth, he's made it into more of a dramatic thing than it really is. The fact is, everybody's pretty confident it's fake. And the truth is, all he would have to do is basically send it back to Beckett and have that confirmed. The truth is, the seller is the one he should be getting the refund from, because now there's enough out there. We know it's no good. So the reality is,
so that passed did that pass through the eBay, qualification?
I said, yeah, the authentication's only
Oh.
job with a graded card, Bobby. They don't care about the card. It's not their job. Their job is just to confirm that it's not a fake slab. That's it. There's no. You're not going to authenticate a card inside a holder already.
Really, that's their only purpose. Really?
That's all it is. All it is just make sure it's not a fake slab. If it had been a fake slab, then they would have been able to. Or if it had been like, or if the guy is supposed to be, Jordan PMG, and eBay authentication gets a box with a box of rocks. Well, that's not the thing you bought. So no.
Yeah.
Outside of that, no, they're not going to do anything.
They don't even review the card. Wow.
What are you going to review inside the holder? In this case, it was a very obvious fake, but otherwise, like if it was, let's say it was a half decent fake, what are you going to review inside the holder? You can't take it out of the holder to look at it closer.
Yeah, I thought it was an authentication company that so I thought they had that minimum qualification to really look at the card and say, hey, okay, this is whatever it is, and the holder's good and on its way.
Yeah, on a rock card, there is more of a review, but on a graded card, it's basically confirming that the actual holder is legitimate. If they believe that the holder has been tampered with or fake, then that's where the authentication would kick in on a graded card.
And it could be a fake holder too.
It's possible, but that was the point. As far as we can tell, though, because if you look up the serial number, it has PMG Jordan authentic, so it matches up with what the holder labeling says.
Why was it authentic?
Because Beckett clearly acknowledged there was some kind of alteration. The problem is based on what I've seen, what I've looked at. Yeah, but here's the truth. Based on what I've seen, it's a genuine base card that has been altered. So the authentic is fine, but it's a base card, not a PMG. That's the point. The point is, if you put authentic Jordan base card, that's actually technically correct. Yeah. That would be accurate. The problem is that it says precious metal gems. That's the problem. That's the issue. And the card doesn't say that anywhere. So I'm like, not so much. No.
Interesting. Wow.
That's our issue. So Defect says he thanks you for the reason he got back into the hobby. There you go. Yes, that is true. Opens another question. Should PSA be authenticated other grading companies' slabs? Probably not. But the truth is, here's the thing about this. Most of the slabs are not that hard to double check. Like if you're not really putting that much of the problem is, what kind of a check are you expecting? If you have the slab in your hand and you see that it looks like it's been messed with in some way, you can kind of figure that out. All right, next. But then the next part is, if the serial number doesn't match what the item is, that's a quick 5-second check anyway. It's not like you have to do a million things. It's not like a 50-part inspection. What are you going to be looking for? You're looking for tampering on the holder, or something about the holder that looks completely off. That would be pretty obvious. Or that the serial number doesn't pull up what you expect. If you punch in the serial number and it says, Reggie Lemon, and it's like, oh, wait, what's going on here? The label says this, but the serial number pulls up this other thing. Well, there you go. You know something's wrong. But it's not like that's a difficult check to do. It's like 10 seconds. Somebody can punch it in. Well, Beckett's website is a little kind of crummy. Let's say a minute and a half. A good 90 seconds. But other than that, it's fine. As Canada Bill Jones says, immortal to let a sucker keep his money. I get it. If you made Beckett want to step in and help him, great. If it doesn't, insert DiBiase laugh, yes. So technically, Beckett doesn't have a guarantee. So they're not really accountable to this technically at all. Right. And eBay Authentication's only job was to confirm the slab wasn't fake. And if the slab is not fake, then it's Beckett's problem. And Beckett in turn could be like, go screw.
Yeah. And wonder where he got it from.
There are more questions. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
So there you go. Jugwax Baseball. Good evening. This PMG story smells like Fish Boy. There's something more to the story. Maybe. Who knows? Who knows? He will leave the hobby. I can only hope, considering how dumb he was. Like, with due respect, $23,000, and you lead the opening video saying you had some reservations. They felt like there was some red flag. I'm like, so then maybe don't bid.
I can just see this guy getting the card, and then he wants to show it off everywhere, and everyone's going, dude, that's not a PMG. Surprise. Oh, that was my first purchase. Well, okay, 23 grand.
But I'm actually being very serious about this. The problem is sometimes that there are folks with more money than brains, And this is very much a more money than Marine situation.
Oh yeah.
Because the truth is, if somebody was saying, like, somebody's new to the hobby, what would you suggest to them? Here's my suggestion: start small. No matter what category it is, why don't you start small first and then figure a couple of basic things out? Or if you insist for some bizarre reason you want to go high, well, then you know what? You better have a brain trust around you. You need to actually get a couple of folks that can be like a sounding board. Hey, what do you think about this? It looks a little fishy to me. I'd stay away. Problem solved. You just needed somebody with even basic rudimentary knowledge that could be like, yeah, there's too many red flags for me on that one. Oh, but it's authenticated by Beckett. Leave it be. Let that one go. He's trying to get the bargain of the century because he thought he was getting a red PMG on the cheap, but it's like, no. Because if that's a legit red PMG, 23,000 is actually low. That would be a low price.
I guess a lot of people knew who were bidding. Right?
A lot of people looked at it, they saw the red flags and stayed away. That's the reason it went for less than normal, because people were looking at it and going like, I don't think so. That doesn't seem right to me. Even if I'm not sure exactly what happened there, it still doesn't feel right. They look at it and it doesn't feel right. CC, good evening. The entire fake Jordan PMG situation is a mess. Yes. BGS, buyer, eBay, and PSA look foolish. Hate to say it, but the seller probably the least to blame. Comparatively to the other ones, yeah, he's got plausible deniability because he sent it to Beckett, and Beckett basically gave it the okay, which started the entire chain of events. Beckett was the first. Again, Beckett was literally the first line of defense. If Beckett says go screw, this conversation, we're not having this conversation.
Well, I think the first line of defense is who he purchased it from originally, or did he said he sent it in?
He said he sent it in.
Oh, he did directly. Okay.
Yeah, that's what he claims. So again, I don't know who the seller is. I'm going off of what information has been provided by the buyer. But again, I'm listening to the buyer go through this very slow, methodical process. And I'm sitting there like, literally all you need to do is get Beckett to confirm that they screwed up the first time. Whether Beckett agrees to do something about it and make you good or not, as soon as you know that it's no good, they'll kill the serial number. Yeah. At which point, then you've got some recourse with eBay to be like, hey, this thing's no good. I need a refund. Well, because again, we talked about this before, right? Yeah, and it works as long as there is some conditions met. Because the problem was when eBay authentication ran through this time, their only job, like I said, was just to confirm it's a real slab and to confirm that the slab matches with what's in the Beckett database, which it does. Yeah. And that's the problem, is that it does.
Still have the protection, regardless. It doesn't matter if it went through their authentication or not.
It does. Under normal circumstances, if it passes the authentication, no refund, do not pass go, do not collect $200, go screw.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's the point. Yeah, the point of the eBay authentication from the seller perspective is if it goes through the authentication, it's a done deal.
Final sale. I get it.
Yeah, it's final sale. It's done.
Yeah.
Now, if something changes, which fundamentally changes the entire conversation, because if Beckett at that point deactivates the cert, that was the thing they were checking. And now Beckett acknowledges, actually, this thing's no good. Well, then now we kind of have to reevaluate this conversation.
So he actually made videos so he can't get his money back at this point, it seems.
I suspect, look, I'll be honest, as crummy as they are, as terrible a job as Eric is doing over there, I suspect just to shut this up, I suspect someone at Beckett will cut a check.
Well, he's got 3 videos, so I don't know.
Yeah, 23,000 is like a relatively small price to pay just to be like, all right, go away.
But
give us a stupid slab.
It doesn't even hurt Beckett actually, because they're just so low on the totem pole.
They've screwed up so many things that it's not even going to damage them because they've already been so bad at so many things for so long now.
Like business as usual.
Yeah, it's just another one. Just tack another one on top.
It's just Beckett.
Just throw another one on top of the pile. Collect history. Good evening. Is Eric writing his letter to Santa? Yes. Last will under 2 weeks' notice. All of the above.
Oh.
Eric must have been in majorettes. He can spin a pen like a baton.
Yeah, you should
see a Jedi. Baboozle. There you go.
The knife. He can spin the knife too.
True. For all the haters about PSA, this is the alternative for grading. Listen, Eric is the only one who advocates for Beckett here. He just will not stop waxing poetic about how good Beckett is. By the way, jokes aside, this is why I have so much trouble with the guys who sit there like, oh, but I want Beckett to recover. It's like, no, Beckett really sucks at their job. They're like really like, they don't even belong in the top 4 anymore. They belong like outside the top 80. KSA has passed them. And KSA is real bad. They're real bad. But I'd almost be more, look, I bet KSA could have figured this one out. I bet if he sent the card to KSA, they would have at least said, it's a base card.
Actually, they have a new holder.
They do have a new holder.
It's better. It's actually pretty good. That's all I'm saying.
There you go. Eric laying his bed on his tummy, feet in the air, writing Dear Diary every day, only every day. And
Eric,
seeing
you're so
you these Series
quiet.
2 prices.
Why is he so quiet?
Oh, Eric's bracing himself.
I'll
Oh,
take
move
my
on.
turn.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's coming. Have you seen the Series 2 prices drop yet? I haven't paid attention. I haven't been maybe in your markets. I haven't looked into it.
Oh, the Bedard.
Zach says, I'm going to say he's new to the hobby, found you off on YouTube, bought his book, and bought the PMG. No doubt. Chapter 17 says, buy the PMG. Vintage Goats, good evening. I use passing Go Collector $200 when explaining bonds to baby boomers daily. Love it. All right, Eric, I've laid the groundwork. I've laid the primrose path for everybody and made fun of Beckett a couple times. So this is your moment. I am going to put you on a time cap. We have plenty of time, but this story is not that complicated to me. But now is your opportunity to get a pound of flesh. Go for it.
If there's anyone listening that still does business with this company, you are an utter moron. Now, this is for anyone who's in the chat right now, anyone who might watch this video in 5 years from now. You are an utter and complete moron if you are still doing business with Beckett. Okay? They are an embarrassment as a company. You would not do business with any other company that have done the things that this company has done to the consumer. Okay, one door falls off a Boeing airplane, and the company almost folds, and people are calling up the ticket in the airline saying, what kind of plane is this flight on? Because nobody wants to go on a Boeing plane. Okay. This is a plane crash that's been in the making for the last decade. And to keep track of this from now on, and I can't believe that I didn't come up with this 4 years ago, when I got bamboozled into doing this crap every Friday. But from now on, okay, from
this day forward,
I am starting a log. Beckett bullshit. And every time that we have to discuss this piece of shit company, it will go in the log. And every time I have to remind hobbyists that they are an idiot and a bunch of morons for continuing to do business with this company, I will have the notes to back up me calling you those names.
We do like the hashtag scholarship angle on this, Bobby. We do like that. We do like records. We like records on this.
Let it be said, so it be written.
Correct.
It is not. The segment is now called Beckett Bullshit.
BB.
Paul says, does using the Beckett Marketplace count if you're buying through hobby shops? I'll allow it. I have bought some things through Beckett Marketplace, but that's less a reflection on Beckett and more that the sellers on there actually delivered the product. So I don't know, like, I feel like, I'm not going to give Beckett credit for that. Their job was really just to have a functioning website that got the information to its source. Hey, here's the shit they bought. They paid for it. Send it here. That's really all they had to do. But simple. It's fine. I'll allow it.
No, listen, the show's called Because I'm Carlos, so fine, you allow what you want. If you do any business and associate yourself in any way with this company, you are a moron and you are part of the problem.
Yep. Well, tell it to the businesses that probably including Sports World if we check. Tell it to the businesses who actually list cards on there. And only list cards on there, because I've seen cards on there that are not on eBay. So sometimes I got to be like, well, if I actually want the item, and I've been able to find a couple of decent items that I'm like, well, this wasn't on eBay. Why the hell is it here? But all right, fine, I'll buy it here then. I'll grab it where it is.
to my knowledge, we don't sell anything on Beckett Marketplace, but we do have Beckett, and we've talked about this before. We've had the authentication service come in every
Oh my
few
God.
months.
Put that.
Every
That's
few
number
months.
2 on that list.
Trash. Bob Boozle says, Bob Boozle's got an important comment. This is a very important comment from Bob Boozle. Respected commenter Bob Boozle. A graded copy of Emmanuel in Space is a better investment than any card in Beckett slab. Facts. Facts. 100% facts. Tom Bullard, good evening. Eric is going to do a giveaway of all his BGS slabs and rated ephemera next Friday to show solidarity. I know.
I don't think I have 5. I don't think I have 3 Beckett slabs.
5, 3. What is it?
I'm looking.
5
around.
rows of 3, 3 rows of 5.
Yeah, maybe.
3 boxes, 5 stacked high.
How can we trust them?
You can't trust a man with
5, like that variation.
You just don't know, man. You just don't know. Good evening, U.S. Sports Cards. My cousin Bamboozle. There you go.
There might be 2 more around.
Yeah, I think there's more than 2.
And this is BVG, so that's very good.
That's more better.
Very good service.
Yeah, but did they write Boobior? Because if they write Boobior, then the label's wrong. Jugwax says, so you're saying Bobby or Beckett slabs are worthless because he's a Mormon? Facts. Finally have a log. We do.
Jesus.
Why does Beckett suck? Because I'm Carlos. That's right, Bob. Yeah. Sounds like Eric is secretly purchasing all the Beckett slabs at a good price. Facts.
No, I don't think I own 3.
What if Beckett is authenticating autographs at shows? Well, Eric just touched on that. Sports World directly associates with the Becketts.
I don't see the names moving on the bottom, or it's too flexible. He's been on for a long time. That the right
on the screen.
Yeah.
Right now, there's nothing on there. So
what? I got issues.
Well, at least you don't have Eric's issues. The point is, can you still see us, and are we still talking real time?
Yes, you are actually. That's the
okay.
Part.
All right, so
really?
That's good.
So that part's working, and that's just the bottom.
Well, let's see. Yeah, it's the bottom is staying there, right?
I get something else. I get something else to add in on this category.
And the chat,
and it just so people don't think that I'm pro, grading or pro authentication and other companies, and I'm just a Beckett hater. As far as I'm concerned, PSA dropped the ball on something at some point, and I became aware of it this week. And when
they've dropped the ball. Look, in fairness, as somebody uses PSA, they've dropped the ball on a lot of things. They all have. Okay. To be fair, they all have.
So
let me bow out for a minute.
We went right to the source.
Here.
I was on the eBays. Okay, I was eBaying, and sometimes I like to look up my very best friend Ray Bork and see what kind of things are available.
Wait, your very best friend? Now you ditched Marcel? Is that what's going on?
No. He's my best friend.
Broken up with Marcel?
No. There's nothing better than a BFF. This is just my very best friend. Not my best friend forever. Come on. So anyway, I'm on the eBays, right? I find a card autographed by Ray. It's in a PSA slab. It's, graded a 10 or whatever the hell, for the auto. And I'm looking at this thing, and there's absolutely no way in holy hell that's Ray's autograph. So, no. We send the picture. So I take a screenshot of it. We send it to Ray. Ray's like, no. So there is a Ray Bork card, on card auto. No, I am not.
So the subhead setting says
has declared as authentic. I found it, got it to Ray. Ray's like, no. Never in my life have I ever signed anything that way. That would be good.
Mm-hmm. It's a fact.
I don't know if I have 10, I could probably come up with 10 of my top enemies quicker. But
so Mike here is making a fair point. Hold on. Before you continue, let me read Mike's point, and then we'll touch on this. So PSA is messed up as well, several times. In fact, these are true statements. So people that buy from them are also idiots and morons. Eric, what's rule number one?
Rule number one is everybody's stupid.
Mike, we're covered. We're good.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. If you buy cards, you're an idiot and a moron too.
Yes. So again, 100%. That's my point I'm making. PSA.
Yeah, collecting's dumb. Collecting's stupid. Jesus, terrible.
Okay. PSA has got their head up their ass also. And, you know, it's difficult for us because we know that there's fake autos out there and that people are just sitting at home writing out fake autos, putting them on eBay and trying to make a buck. But when we get to these third-party authenticators and they're saying that something that's so off is, whether it be a red PMG Jordan or, you know, or hockey all-time great Hall of Famer Ray Bork's autograph, which he's done the same for, you know, 40 years. They're horrible. These companies suck. And we're paying the price, literally and figuratively. Someone is going to buy that Ray Bork auto off of this guy because it's in a PSA holder. It says it's real. And it's not real. We asked Ray. It's not real.
Go on.
Oh, is that what I remember posing for that. That was funny.
Yes. And where are you posing, by the way? Where are
I'm
you
standing in the Beckett line of two people.
Yes. And you are one of those people.
No, I'm the third. No, I can't tell. I think I'm the third person. But anyway, yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah,
Eric's there looking all Eric. You see Eric there looking all guilty.
Yeah.
He knows he knows he's being photographed. He knows. Wait a minute. The people will know.
Well, there's also the point that I said, "Hey, take a picture of me standing in the Beckett line of two people," which I would be the third. So,
all right. So Josh's taking a stab at the top 10 here. He's got Marcel. He's got Ray with a small R, which is appropriate. That's correct. Okay, Yannick, name, Paul's. There's two Pauls.
No,
Josh, Carlos, Brad, Sherry, Tim. Man.
Okay, so there's Sherry.
10.
All right, so
Sherry's
wonderful, and from what I understand, she may even sponsor this show.
Yes. We're gonna get to that. But look, I wanted to cover the segment. So my favorite part about this is it all came to light. Look, remember what I said a little earlier? I want to just reiterate this. If it had just been Beckett screwing up, that is so common at this point that it's not even worthy of more than a little bit of, I'll hit the $1 million man thing. We'll have a laugh and Eric will rant for like 2 minutes and we'll move on with our lives.
Yep.
Yeah. It's pretty standard operating procedure, nothing crazy. We've gotten this much mileage out of it because the guy who bought the damn thing, presumably, from what I can tell, it is, because I believe it's been discussed a little bit. And I believe the guy who does Basketball Card Fanatic now, I forget the name, Real 27 guy, I think, one of those. So anyway, he talked about this story. And I believe Dan, the card man, did as well, and everything. So they did point to the specific site, and I was able to find the videos in question and listen to the guy. And like I said, I'll include that in the description for you. You can go listen to the guy explain himself. The videos are pretty short. There's 3 videos now. You can listen to 1, 2, 3, and get his story and his updates as he reaches out to people and tries to do these things and tries to get some kind of compensation. Again, for me, given how obvious it is, I would have put the onus back on the seller to be like, hey, look, you do the reversal, give me my money back. I'll send you the card back. You deal with Beckett and see what they can do for you, because it should be on them.
Oh,
so leave it with them.
$1,000 back.
Yeah, but the reality though is that the seller understands that he's got 2 layers between him. He's got the eBay authentication and Beckett, and again, Beckett was the first line of defense. Yep. And given how overtly obvious it is, this is not the I mislabeled a Mickey Mantle as a Sandy Koufax, which, by the way, is really bad. Given that all you had to do is read the front of the card, and you would have already been halfway there.
Yeah,
you would have been closer if you just read the front of the card. That's bad. So this is a very large mistake, because the difference between an altered base card worth about 8 cents, and an altered PMG, if it had been a real PMG that maybe somebody touched up the corner of or recolored, which, by the way, can totally happen with a PMG. People have done that in the past. that would still be worth something to a Michael Jordan collector. To a Michael Jordan collector, they would still rather have a genuine article that somebody has messed around with a little bit or trimmed the edge of. They would still rather have it than have nothing.
Yes, but at a way reduced price.
Yes, but even the 23,000 would actually be lower than what a legit altered Jordan PMG would go for, because the top end is so high that it would still be a very big difference. It would actually be more than that. 23,000 would be on the low end.
I got green.
Got in and scored big.
What's the big deal?
Imagine if it had been the green. Imagine if they had gone for the green, because that one would have been good.
I got green everywhere. I got so many PMGs. I don't even know what to do with them all. Look at them. They're just that rare. You want some green PMGs? I got green PMGs. Whatever you want.
Well, the problem is your green PMGs are like your SB Signature Legends, or like your Boston Bruins Centennial.
Yeah.
The Providence isn't helping them.
And I counted. You only have 9.
Yeah, terrible.
9.
Turning home base to BGS, yes. How does any cards get graded to seek out graded cards? I collect cards on slabs. No, the cards are... Eric, what's rule number 1 again? Read it. Does rule number 1 say anything about slabs? What does rule number 1 say? Verbatim.
Okay, let's
kind of covers everything.
Let's get rule number 1. Let's get it right.
Okay, hold on.
Go for it.
It is in here.
Now he's got to find it in his files.
Okay.
See, this is what happens when he keeps a log. Now he's going to have more things on top of the pile.
I filed it.
Josh.
All right, he's got it. All right, rule number 1.
All right.
Go ahead.
People are stupid with 2 exclamation points.
Yes, that is right.
Hmm.
So it doesn't say slabs on there. Sorry, Mike. Sorry. So rule number 1 still applies.
So you underline it. Looks like BTC. Anyways.
Hey, happens. Rule number 1, man.
Underline an I.
And rule number 2 says see rule number 1.
Yes, if there's any question if anyone has any questions about rule number 1, please see rule number 2.
It is pretty complex. Rule number 1 is pretty complex.
It is one of those. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 3 words, man.
Mm.
It's a lot. It's a lot. So I get Mike's point, but Mike is trying to make a point that collect cards, not slabs. It doesn't matter. You're collecting. Rule number 1. Foolishness.
Rule number 1. It's the biggest proclamation you can make.
Can we?
Rule number 1. Rule number 1 covers everything.
I think it would be appropriate, especially tonight, especially on the night that we start with a Beckett bullshit log, that we come up with rule number 8, which is do not do business with Beckett. Now, we can take a vote, but we have to have an anti-Beckett rule in our commandments. It is about time.
Then I think we're going to have to workshop the wording on that. The wording is very critical. The beauty of rule number 1 and rule number 2 is their simplicity.
Yes,
they're clean simplicity. It's got to be phrased right. You got to phrase it right.
Rule number 8: Beckett sucks.
No, beware, and something after that.
All those who Beckett are morons.
Beware the Ides of Beckett.
Ooh, okay, we're getting there. We can vote.
I'm saying I want to class it up a little bit. Like there's an opportunity here if we phrase this right. Yes. This could be prime T-shirt material here. We could get this on a shirt that Eric will wear.
Well,
if we phrase this right,
this
could be
mugs, we can do it.
Yeah, now, this could be huge.
Just the thought. 6 and 7 both start off with "Thou shalt not."
Commandment style, yes.
8 could also be "Thou shalt not Beckett."
No, you did the "thou shalt." You have to change it up a little bit. Otherwise, it becomes repetitive. We can't go that way forward with when we have a top 10. We have to have a little diversity in there. Let's kind of get in. Yeah.
Let's give us some thought. We'll workshop this thing. We'll workshop this thing. This thing.
The chat might even come up with something great.
It just has to happen.
So I'll read a couple of comments here. I just want to make sure I touch on a few here. So Sean was saying, thoughts for future AMG videos, rather than have the speakers in their own offices, why not have them around the table together where they can interact better? Under the right circumstances, something we can look into. Just so you understand, Sean, the AMG podcast episodes, they're all done before the shop opens. So it's really just getting folks in there. We basically talk about it a little bit before we get started, and we're basically recording them, and then you're seeing them within a couple hours. So the reality is if it was a thing where we maybe did a live stream or something and we set it up ahead of time, it might be easier. So I think that probably would work. it's something worth discussing, but we'll have to see. For the regular episodes, it's kind of easier for them to have their space in there, but we'll at least consider it. It's worth kicking around. Also, those 97 Donruss Precious Metal. Eric can't tell the difference. Could be 97, could be 98, could be a completely different sport. Eric doesn't know. We don't do math.
Green PMGs, and I have the Gretzky. It's worth $1 million.
Well, joke's on you. If you sent it to Beckett, you could probably get them to label it as a green PMG, and maybe Buddy here would give you $23,000 for it at least.
Possibly.
I'm in.
Just saying, there's precedence. It's happened before.
You know how many lemons you could buy for that?
That's right. You could buy a lot of
Lululemons.
Yeah, you could have a whole lemon stand. It'd be crazy.
Yeah.
All the greatest mess up in the past. Yes, it's about they handle the mess up, assuming the slab is not messed with. I think it would be in BGS's interest to compensate the buyer. That's the possibility. I think it's there. Like I said, for them,
23K, I don't see Beckett doing that.
The thing is, look, Bobby. The thing is, if I just running the numbers with all the times they've screwed up, they still, as bad as they've done, they're still getting tens of thousands of slabs a month. So they've actually made plenty of money. They're still making money in spite of themselves.
Sure.
Which is ridiculous.
Sure.
So they can afford the 23 grand. Just be like, go away. Fuck off.
Yeah. I just don't see them doing it. Why would they want to do it? They're already.
I don't think they want.
Their name is mud, anyways.
Yeah, they know that they could basically just ignore this until it goes away.
Pretty much.
It's been their tactic so far.
They've ignored the industry for 2 years now. So
yeah, we have a couple of suggestions here. Thou shalt not covet a Beckett slab. Going to thou shalt. Don't offend them. Just make a statement, like you at your fashion show, like you're at a fashion show. Eric's always at a fashion show. Beckett is banished. I do like some banished.
I like that one.
Mike says, luckily I bought most of this exclusive basketball over a decade ago. But you bought a thing. No, trash. Can't do it. Can't do it.
Beckett, no Bundesliga.
I like this one includes an emoji. That's fun. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy grading scale. I do like some false witness. That's not bad. No homers equals no Becketts. Maybe. I like it. I like
a couple good ones in there.
Yeah. Like we're going to have to workshop this one. I think there's some possibilities here, but we're going to have to workshop it a bit. I don't know. We'll see.
I'm writing down the suggestions.
There's some decent suggestions. I think there's some decent suggestions. Bob Wizzle says, at what point does Dr. Beckett take his wife's last name of shame? First thing he's got to do is he's got to drop the doctor. Like, unless he's a doctor of thugonomics, I'm not accepting it. Two options. You can be a legitimate MD or you can be a doctorate of thugonomics. If you can produce either one of these things for me, I will allow it.
So he drops the doctorate and gets a hyphenate last name?
Short of that, he's Jimbo. That's all you're getting. You're Jimbo. Moving on.
That should be rule number 9.
he is Jimbo. No context. He is Jimbo. Yeah, that's rule number 9. Eric, skip straight to rule number 9. He is Jimbo. That's it. That's all the rule is. Just no explanation. That's the rule.
Nice. We all know.
Yeah. We did it, Bobby. We did it. For rule number 8, we'll reserve it. We'll set it aside. Reserve rule number 8 for your Beckett moment, but we got to phrase again. I'm not joking. If we phrase this right, it could be on a shirt. But we really got to think about this. We got to think about this one carefully. So what's his doctorate? And I think it's statistics. I think it was actually statistics. I think that was the deal originally that he got his degree in, if memory serves me.
Yeah, mathematics or something. I don't know.
Yeah, something in that vein. Yeah, because I know he did some teaching early on before he actually started the price guide and everything. He was doing some teaching, and I believe it was in either math or statistics, something in that vein. But I think statistics was part of it, if memory serves.
True. Yeah.
So, like I said, the 1,018 jokes aside, I have no issue with what he did with the magazine, and they built some algorithms and got data and inputted it and put that together. That's all fine. He is more than qualified to have developed that with his team initially. That's fine. The doctor thing is like I'm in the camp of I don't really like people being doctors that are not MDs. If you're not actually doing something in the medical profession, look, I know it is a doctorate. I understand that, but you're not a PhD. Well, sorry, you have a PhD, but you do not have an MD. You can't write me a prescription. You're not a doctor. I'm sorry, I'm not calling you doctor.
and next next Sunday, Ryan and myself, Ryan McClanahan, will be talking over the rookie card and the history thereof, going back to Jefferson Burdick and all the other stuff. So we're going deep, and we invited a special guest.
Oh my goodness! Now I hope you're including in your history. Are you doing the history up to present day?
Yeah. Well, up to present day. Yeah, I think that's where the special guests come in handy.
Well, all you need present day is all you need is until Monday, where Carlos denounced the heretic. That's all you need. You just need to include that, just a little sub note there.
Where advertise this? Where, when, what platform? Where are you?
So Sunday, you said Sunday.
YouTube live on Ryan McClanahan's channel, which is called the. Yeah.
It's actually, look, with due respect,
it's a long name.
It's a really bad name.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's actually difficult to look up. I will find it, but it's actually very difficult to look up.
It's a good name, but it's a bad name for YouTube.
The
history of sports cards and something like that.
That's the problem.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's let me see if I can find it.
Okay. Sunday. What time are you doing this?
It should be at 1 or 2 o'clock. I'm not too sure.
This is the worst promotion I've ever heard.
Well, we have to confirm with 3 people. So I got 2 people, and we got 2 spots available. So I'm waiting to hear from the 3rd, and then it'll be confirmed, and you will have to figure out the time zone.
Okay, I got it. History through cards - shortcut. I will leave a link in the description.
There's no shortcut in the name. I think that's just a shortcut.
It's literally in the name.
Really?
Look, I'll show you the page right now.
What's the history? Why is there a shortcut there?
Bobby, it's right there. And it literally has shortcut in the picture too, by the way. The word shortcut is also in the picture.
What?
What do you want from me? I did make it.
I don't remember it being there. Okay.
I can assure you it's there.
He updated it.
I guess so. All I'm saying is that's what it says. If you punch in history through cards, you've got at least a shot, but there is a little more to it. And I'll include a link in the description. Won't worry.
Yeah, so we'll go over the past. I've been going through my old history, but I have to go to the storage locker to get out my other ones. And I'm going to look through the hockey side, but he's bringing in a lot of the other, newsletters and what have you from the, 60s, 70s, 50s, and going back to Jefferson Burdick, because there is something that I can't say. But
all right,
tune in.
Fair enough.
We don't know when.
Yeah, Sunday at 1 to 2 o'clock.
You should just say one-ish. You should do the IRP thing. One-ish. Open interpretation. Dufek says, I know plenty of PhDs.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Dufek says, I know plenty of PhDs. They refer to themselves as PhDs, not doctors. Yeah, which is correct. I have zero problem. You have a PhD degree. It is a PhD. That is
3 letters is better than 2.
Yeah. But it's also completely accurate. Like a PhD, if you've earned a doctorate, that is correct. But you are not a doctor. Please get that out of your vernacular. So Beckett earned a PhD in statistics. So it was stats. Thank you, Carlisle. Appreciate that. From Southern Methodist University in 1975.
There you go. Wow.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
That's how you got the name Jimbo. There you go.
Jimbo. Listen, Jimbo is very appropriate at Southern Methodist University.
Exactly.
I'm sure there's plenty of Jimbos. You say Jimbo, like 8 guys turn their head.
Yes.
So Bob Boozle says, I agree. I call people doctor to their face, but in my mind, I call them Bubba. Fair.
That is definitely the way to go.
Wikipedia, source of knowledge. Short of the Google. I talk to my doctors all day and go to my way to call them by the first name like it should be.
Yep.
There's a hyphen. Yes. Name your firstborn doctor so they get respect for life. Bob Boozle's using some 4D chess right there. I like it.
That's some smartness right there.
Mm-hmm.
Brendan says, it's always been shortcut. Mandela effect. Ooh.
Mandela
Spicy.
effect.
That's right. Josh says, Bobby, you don't need your storage locker. There's an app for that. Dang.
Damn.
There is?
Who'd have thought?
Allegedly.
Huh. Where can I find that?
You have to hit up the Googles.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's available in the 2020s decade-ish. Somewhere there.
Somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Around about there. Anyways, that'll be an interesting conversation.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
And maybe
Duvek says some real strategery. Truth.
There will be.
There will be some strategery.
We'll go on a
Maybe.
couple other ventures too. We'll talk about other shit, whatever.
I have no doubt it shall be quite the intellectual undertaking as 3 men of peace.
Mhm.
I went by the way, I'm probably going to pull a couple clips from that episode. I very much enjoyed where Victor set me up for the man of peace line. It was so perfect. It was so perfect.
It's a year-end review.
Yeah. Well, I'll probably do like a little YouTube short. I pulled a couple of the clips this time around. I was able to pull the clips, so I'll probably include the short, but it will make the year-end review as well. Just cool. Victor setting me up, putting it on a tee for me, and it's like, do you consider yourself? It's like, do you consider yourself a watchdog? I consider myself a man of peace. Worked out. Now there are other people of peace, Eric, and these people of peace work at AMG Collectibles. AMGcollectibles.ca and the AMG Collectibles YouTube channel. Sean was giving some suggestions earlier of some things he'd like to see at AMG. We accept the suggestions. I also leave it up to them. That's why I gave you the background that it does happen before the shop opens. That's usually when we record the episodes. Just bear that in mind. But I'll at least throw the suggestion out of them. I would love actually to have like a panel episode where they're in a spot and talk, but it's going to be something we'd have to arrange ahead of time. We were able to actually do something at the last card show because we talked about it in advance, and we were actually able to do a quick live from there, which is great. We want to expand on that. In the fall, we'd like to do even more and do maybe a couple of things while we're there, but it's going to be planning. Now we have enough time between now and then, which is great, and that'll allow us to work some stuff out. But anyway, you can check out the podcast episodes are there every week. Drops on Tuesdays. You can check it out. Usually it's what's new came in the shop. It's kind of cool if you like your hockeys, but I will say Steve and the team has been really good about making sure we get a little bit of baseball, a little bit of football, occasionally soccer, some UFC. So it's not just, and even the Pokemon cards, all kinds of stuff. So it's not just if you're saying like, oh, I don't want to see hockey. Most of the time, there's a little bit of a mix. It's not just hockey.
Instagram post not too long ago today. With it maybe a little bit before we went on, and quick little video, and showed their counter and advertised that we have a football box and a basketball box. We're working on these all the time to keep them filled. And so, and this time, and I didn't get mad. I got a little upset with AMG. All right. And their former owner, because I figured he was behind it. So I know their current owner would never do such a thing.
No.
Where they did this quick video going through their case over there in the Nova Scotias, and there were 2 Reggie Lemlin items in the case. And that was just a shot across the bow, right? But who. Well, thou who shall not be named.
Right? I think that's a great, I suggested this before that, if somebody does own a shop, they should take a video and post it. What we have today, what we picked up new, and then people can buy directly from the video. Go, oh, okay, let's call them up. Hey, I seen that.
Yeah, I saw that thing. Can you tell me what, how much for the thing?
Yeah, you don't have to have it on eBay. You can just say, hey, here's our case. This is what we have, and these are the things that came in new or whatever. And if you do that every day or every other day, whatever you're picking up or what have you, it's a great advertising piece. And I would like to see stuff like that, because if there's something rare that comes up, like a rare Reggie Lemon card, or even a Medano, you would sit there and go, hey, I've been looking for that. I need a number 1 of 25. There we go. Done. Call. Deal. Thanks.
Yep.
But
no,
it doesn't take anything to add that, to do that.
Yeah, usually like it's been a work in progress. I will say that I have tried to suggest including more of that, because I do think I think people like seeing it. They like living vicariously through it. That's the reason why we literally have a segment where we show stuff that's new in the shop. Sometimes it's already been sold, but it's still a cool card. It's worthwhile seeing. People still like seeing it, but sometimes it's still available. Sometimes when the show airs, it's still available, and if somebody wants to inquire about it, they can. So it's an opportunity to, hey, if you're interested in that thing, it's still there. Call the shop, reach out to them, and they can still tell you what's going on.
Still got that thing.
Yeah. And you can also be like, I really collect so-and-so. It's like, well, we've got some other ones as well. So you can start that conversation. You never know. Beckett, big brain grading, maybe.
Oh.
Junkwack says, I consider myself a man of need and bean burritos. Fair.
Okay.
Fair.
Who doesn't like bean burritos? Come on.
Well, Eric hates everything. So, mathematically speaking, it stands to reason he probably hates them.
I don't like bean burritos.
Told you.
Why?
See, Bobby, I told you. He hates everything. The only thing he likes is chocolate sticks. That's it. It's just chocolate sticks. The man lives on chocolate sticks alone. Just chocolate sticks alone.
Probably dips his chocolate sticks in the fluff.
Something.
I haven't yet, but I'm gonna now.
Yeah,
There you go. I consider that a favor. No Reggie
that'll
Lemon
look
minimum
real
car should be
interesting.
beyond the penny bin. He's helping your collection out there, booby. Truth. All right. So Vintage goes to ask here thoughts on Car HQ. Well, we have shared a few thoughts in the past about Car HQ. How can I summarize this? I'm of cackling indifference. I'm interested in the business model of it. From the 1,018,000 streaming platforms that he wants to be on. Again, he hasn't fully activated that. I was critical of him not starting the damn website sooner, but he did eventually do it. So good, fine. They are doing the live streaming, which is not a bad idea. Like they should. They may as well. They've already put in the extra effort to build all those breaking pavilions. You may as well use them. Use as many of them as you can get activated. They got Ellie in there, which is probably very smart. Honestly, she's done well in other places with it. So you may as well bring somebody in who hasn't done this before. So it's not a bad idea. I still question the business model in the long run. No idea, but not my problem. I'm not the one paying the lease, so it's fine. And Bobby, of course, loves Atlanta with all of his heart. So that I think that summarizes our general feelings on it. There's a guy in Atlanta who's going to do live selling 24 hours a day to shop at one point. Guess that was just a rumor. It was a rumor.
They didn't quite get there.
Carlos says, I'm not a fan of bean burritos because, well, they have beans. Fair.
Beans are like
legumes are good for you.
I like chalky. I don't know. I don't like them.
Yeah, there are some people. There are some people who probably there are some folks though. To be fair, Bobby, there are some folks who probably should stay away from beans. Yeah, there are probably some folks that should stay away from beans for everyone's sake.
True enough.
Yep. For everyone's sake.
Yep.
Yeah.
If you can handle the beans, that's a different conversation. But if you cannot handle the beans, then abstain.
Yes.
You saw what they did in Blazing Saddles around the campfire, man.
Oh yes, I did.
There you go.
They cooked some good beans there, I'll tell you.
I see a future episode of what Eric actually eats. We're gonna find out. It's literally just breakfast, chocolate stick,
quick episode.
Lunch, chocolate stick, dinner, chocolate stick with a leaf of accented leaf.
For lunch, I have a chocolate stick sandwich. So I get a chocolate stick, then I get 2 other chocolate sticks, and I mush the 2 chocolate sticks on top of the middle chocolate stick, and then I have a chocolate stick sandwich.
Well, they stick together because he puts chocolate milk, a little dab on each one, and it kind of makes it mushy, squishy, so it's good.
Oh, yeah. Got to have chocolate milk with chocolate sticks. What else were you going to drink?
Sure. All right.
Get rid of this.
Yep. Got it. Yep. But that's Eric. Oh, he likes hot dogs with a pepper.
Yeah. But, oh, God. Hot dogs with yellow mustard and black pepper all day long, baby.
Very strange man. He's a very, very strange man.
Unless it's those nasty hot dogs we had at Expo. Those nasty hot dogs we had at Expo.
You're gonna find out one day those were never actually hot dogs. They just gave them to you. It's like actually like literally like that was literally roadkill.
Every time I burp, I still taste those.
Yeah, and don't watch the video of how they're made. Stay away from that video. You'll be okay with hot dogs. And as soon as you watch it, it'll be like
I like hot dogs, and those were the worst tasting things I've ever had in my life.
What's that one?
Oh, they were so gross.
Oh, that one from there, yeah. Well, the guy wasn't outside this time, so either he lost the business or I don't know what happened. So he wasn't.
Something happened. Well, it was probably the bad Yelp review that Eric left for him. Like it was terrible.
Probably
that was the end of that.
No, I meant the guy who's outside.
Oh, okay.
Sausage cart.
He's the good guy.
Yeah.
Those ones are nice barbecued ones, so they're good. But the other ones, and they're like $8 now. 8 for a hot dog and 10 for a hot sausage is like, come on, it's a hot dog.
Inflation, man. Yeah. Inflation affects everything apparently.
And you know where I went for lunch? I went to the last Johnny Anderson hamburger place. They had the last one that kind of closed, and then the guy reopened it a little bit north of the city. And I was kind of driving by and I'm going, hey, Johnny Anderson says, okay, let's go. So we stopped in. So I stopped in and I went, okay, what do I want here? So there's a big guy, a burly guy who's behind the counter. And then his older father's there and his mother's back there. And then there's this other young kid cooking in the back. And yes.
I just wanted to make sure. I just want to make sure I acknowledge this one because I feel that the play on it was very well done. I appreciate it.
I don't like mayonnaise and Lumlin put together, so let's stay away from that.
What's funny is that was my favorite part.
I don't know what a Kroger is.
Kroger, it's a department store. It's kind of
It's like isn't it a supermarket
variety
chain?
store.
I don't know of any around here.
No,
I have heard of the Kroger, but I have not been to a Kroger.
More Chicago
but I know of
area and Maryland and whatever. Anyways, finish my story. It was just so I got the regular burger. He wanted the home burger, so I said, how much is that? And he goes, about 8 ounces. And I said, that's a little bit too much. I just want, just a burger. So that's fine. He goes, then he said, do you want a combo? I said, okay, fine. So I got these frozen French fries, those kind of crispy, extra crispy ones. And then the burger was one of those homemade it wasn't a homemade patties. Those are the patties they made if you buy the home burger, it's the homemade patty. And if you don't, it's just cheap, punch out patty that tastes like bologna almost. So I'm eating that begrudgingly, sitting there going, I paid $14 for a Pepsi, a hot hamburger, and some fries. And one's deep fried, one's frozen.
The part that scares me is that your Pepsi was the one that was deep fried. That's very concerning.
The Pepsi
It's deeply disturbing.
Well, he forgot to even give me the Pepsi. It's just like, well, you sold me on the combo, so where's my Pepsi?
Where's the combo? Yes.
I see why it's the last one. It doesn't sound like a complete restaurant chain.
And just people don't get it. Here we go back into food. But honestly, if you're going to open a restaurant, you got to really hit it hard, and you got to really put your great food out. It's not just a business of like Cards HQ where you just have a product and you're just looking to sell it. It's like you've got to really tune it up nice. No reference.
Bobby's very particular about this. We'll come back around to it because this led me down a thought, but I want to read a couple of ones.
Sure.
So Bob Ozel says Geoff sold his marketing firm, so rented Cards PU is paid for a month. He appreciates Card Day School, of course.
Yeah.
He did. I did actually listen to the podcast episode where he explained the whole thing. I secretly want to know what he actually got for it. Apparently, he broke it up into two pieces, and it was broken up into the sale itself. It was two different versions of a transaction, but I'd be kind of curious what he got for it, given that he's had that marketing firm for a long time. So I have no idea what the price would be on something like that, but I'd be curious.
Well, marketing firms wouldn't go for that much because really you're based on sales of your business, of your future sales. It's not like you have all these contracts sitting there.
You can still have some if you have some contracts, long-term contracts with some businesses you're working with,
sure,
and they're attractive, they would be interesting. But the reality is the other part that you're selling as well is you're selling the combination of folks who may have certain expertise in certain areas.
Yes.
And you're off. That's part of the product that you're basically selling.
Yeah.
Because they're basically buying the talent. They're buying the talent. They're buying any outstanding contracts you've got that are of interest that they would like to be in business with. So
the business can't be worth that much, I'm saying.
I wouldn't think so. Nothing too crazy. Beans are a
3 months
legitimate protein
rent?
substitute.
I don't know.
There you go. Beans are a legitimate protein substitute for meat if you want to add farting. There you go.
Of course we do.
Junk Wax, isn't it illegal to be from Boston and not a fan of baked beans? Fortunately, Eric is not from Boston. He's from the greater state of Massachusetts. Yeah, look.
Beantown.
I already told you. The fact is, we know in Massachusetts there are only 3 places, and Boston is not one of them. Boston is actually a social construct. Boston exists as much as Guelph exists.
Yeah, it does not exist.
And Atlanta.
So then you're saying Boston does not exist. So what is the B on your goddamn shirt stand for?
Bruins.
Beautiful.
No. Yes. Moving on. Isn't that why they burned people in Salem in the 1700s? They were burning people in Salem last Thursday, and Eric was there.
I lit the match.
Bubbles, of course, gets a shot on his wife. We always appreciate that. The gold bedard, has it even been printed? Who would have thought it would have been pulled by now? Look, for the last time, I'm not sharing the goddamn gold bedard. I was told to keep it a secret until the agreed upon time. I will share it when I'm well and ready.
Until the box goes down to a certain price, then and only then.
Maybe. Mm-hmm. Paul adding in, Kroger is a grocery store. Thank you to that. I'm loyal to the Piggly Wiggly. There you go.
We don't have Piggly Wigglies.
I don't have one here either.
I knew about Kroger's, and I'm from Canada.
Wow. Jim says, Jim in Florida, good evening. Crosby expected to sign a 3-year extension July the 1st. Can he get 325 points in 4 years to pass Yarger for second all time? 325. What's that average out to? Hold on.
Points, maybe.
Yeah, points is what we're talking about here, which is fine. But I just want to see what that averages out to in 4 years. Let me see. That's 81 points. That's tough. On paper, it's possible, but the problem is I think in order to meet that, he would have to have like another 90, a couple of 90-ish point seasons before he starts dropping off, because that extra 20 points there would basically allow him to be somewhere in the 70s for a year. And because you expect it to start declining, because there were a bunch of years where he was in the 70s to 80s where he was a point a game player, but not like much more than a point a game player. I think 325 is asking a bit much. He's still a young guy, though, in relative terms. But the thing is, he started when he was 18. So he could be 38 and be a 20-year veteran.
True.
So if he wants to play into his early-ish 40s, maybe.
He could do it.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Like, he's still playing well enough.
Call Sid the kid. Come on.
Well, I think, though, the fact that he started so young helps him, because it offers him additional time, if that's what he... Yager played for 150 seasons. So yes, that helped a lot. Now, he went away when he obviously still had gas in the tank, because when he came back, he was actually pretty decent, even though he was well into his 40s. If Yager had actually been playing the whole time and had actually been motivated as a player the whole time, I think his number, he would have put that out of reach. Number 2 all time wouldn't even be in the discussion for him.
Oh, yeah.
Yager would be comfortably there behind Gretzky, but still comfortably into the 2,000 point range. Like Yager, it tells you how ridiculous Yager was. He was able to go away for years and still be able to get to that point.
He's still scoring professional points. He's still playing. He's still scoring points. And he said something the other day that he's going to play until he dies or something. So it doesn't seem like he's going to retire anytime soon. And he's like 52 or something, 54.
Yeah, but I think it does change things, though, that he owns a team and he understands that he's the draw. So he almost... I think he enjoys playing, but at the same time, he almost feels obligated because he's got to help his team. And that he knows that simply being there, you play. You play because he knows that people will come to watch him play, even if he doesn't have it anymore.
But he still scores. He still plays well.
I understand. But I think he would love, to just be playing just more for kicks as opposed to as an obligation. And in this case, it's kind of an obligation, given that he owns the team.
Yeah.
I think Yager would have an amazing time if he could just go screw around in a beer league somewhere and just demolish guys. I think it'd be a lot of fun for him, because obviously there would be no pressure to do anything, but he'd be destroying these guys with the skill level he still has. He'd be crushing them.
They wouldn't even let him in the old timers games.
It's like he's just going to embarrass us.
Oh yes,
it's terrible, because he's still more than capable of playing.
Mm-hmm.
Carlisle says, in Atlanta, we don't order Pepsi, we order Coke. If a waitress asks, is Pepsi okay? We don't answer. We just stare daggers. She brings sweet tea. There you go.
It's all about the Pepsi, baby. I won't drink Coke. I go into a restaurant and say, do you have Pepsi or Coke products? And they're like, Coke. I'm like, I'll have a root beer.
Yeah.
We got some strong feelings here. We're seeing both sides. Coke, Eric is saying those words, and here we got Bob Boozle with Pepsi is flat Coke. Wow, we got strong feelings on it, man.
This is a Pepsi house.
What's funny is I consume both depending on the day. Like right now, I have this, but I also got a Pepsi of these things as well. So it's like,
hey, you got a lot to live, but Pepsi's got a lot to give.
Wow,
those are from the 70s. You got a lot to live for, Coke, and then Pepsi's got a lot to give. Yeah.
The only thing Coke ever did was had a catchy song.
Which one? I like to teach the
world to sing in perfect harmony. That was it.
We're getting
anyway. The John John Anderson did the John Anderson close that was on Dundas near Mavis? That's the question.
No, it was actually sort of Victoria Park and Finch area.
Okay.
And it's a nice looking place. They had a little bit of paraphernalia, had a jersey up. I'm sure they're trying. They recently just opened, so maybe he'll get it in gear and do something. So we'll see. But I don't want to give him a bad review, but it was just, Gulf Coast. I think if you're going to have home burgers, then you should have smaller burgers and keep them fresh. Not give you a patty, because that's not going to bring anybody back.
Wow. Good evening, name. Eric appreciates you as always.
I hate.
He says you're number one twice.
Nope. No, I just absolutely hate you and despise you.
Dave says when you're on a team, you play until you die. I think you will.
That's a good.
I hope Name has to get up and pee in the middle of the night, and he bangs his pinky toe on the corner of the bed on the way to the bathroom at like 3 a.m.
Mm.
There's
Very
nothing worse than
specific.
that.
It's not.
There
It's
is
very.
It's not sadistic.
It's nothing. There's nothing in the world worse than that, and that's what I hope happens to him.
It's this kind of things, Bobby, that Eric thinks about when he's sitting in his cubicle at Beckett HQ. Like he's just like, I want misery. I want suffering for others. And my chocolate stick is flat. There is no God. It's and that's literally every Thursday. Like it's really bad. Like it's like clockwork every single time. It's no good.
Well, Thursday's 2 for 1, so
It's tough, man. I thought the B stood for bozo. Maybe.
I don't know why. I got to stop doing this.
yes.
Oh, that assumes that they'll let you out of the room, but good for you. I like your optimism.
Coke adds life. Put a penny in a little thing of Coke, and you'll see how much it adds life.
Yeah, Coke.
I would rather. I would rather. Isn't it Mentos, the one that causes the explosion? That's kind of cool. At least that's fun. Jim says rather have an old fashioned root beer than a Coke or Pepsi. Fair. Carla's pushing the Coke. He's going for it. Yager said is his last year playing for Cladno. Who knows? I don't know. Wasn't there really cocaine once upon a time using it? There was something.
Yes.
I forget what these was it, but was it
sold it to the
cocaine as we think
pharmaceutical
today,
company.
or was it something else related to it?
No, it was cocaine, and
Yeah.
because it came from the cocoa leaf, so they
That's what it
sold
sounds
to the
like.
pharmacies back in the day.
Yeah, because they had the little machines, and then that's where
But
you
there
would
was the residue that was left, so you weren't getting it all out, but they got most of it out. So, and I think there was a law passed about that or something. So.
I'd probably be a bigger fan of Coke if they were still doing that.
Really? Drug addiction.
Well, listen, Eric would be like, finally, I don't have to go to the other place. I can just get it from the drink. Thank you. Yes.
A lot cheaper that way.
All right. So Dustin's here.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
Hey, it is, I guess. Twin Peaks. Stroke of Genius by David Lynch or something else? Opinions on Twin Peaks?
No.
Not
Wow.
a big fan.
Strong feelings. All right. We're getting the strong feelings tonight. We're getting very strong takes on this one.
David Lynch.
I'm curious, by the way, what the chat thinks as well. I'm curious what the chat thinks.
Yeah, I don't think I even watched it more than once or twice.
I remember so to me, I never sat there and watched it, although the ending is famous. Obviously, the ending was very famous. I won't spoil it, but it's like 100 years ago the damn thing came out. But it is an iconic scene. Like the end of the show is a very iconic scene. And it is interesting. You can watch it on YouTube. You can literally just punch it in, Twin Peaks ending or whatever, and you can watch it. But yeah, I know it was a very interesting show, and a lot of people had very strong feelings about it. So that's all what I would throw in there. But I'd be curious what the chat thinks about it. Here you go. Coke's slogan in 1886: "Drink Coca-Cola." Brilliant. I know. Simplicity.
Something I haven't said in a long time, but for a long time during our Friday night discussions, I work in the KISS theory. Keep it simple, stupid. And I think I need to start bringing that back routinely. I haven't said that in a while, but that is really the secret to life. Keep it simple, stupid. And that's a perfect example.
Maybe that's number 8.
I actually don't mind saving it right now for a Beckett thing. But like I said, I wasn't joking. I want t-shirts slogan worthy. I need us to really think about
the right one.
We need the right one. We're reserving it. It is right now reserved. Number 8 is reserved, but it must be right. We must get the wording right.
And not too long.
It's got to be concise. It's got to be something clean that works.
2, 3, 4 words, maybe. No more.
The guy from the $2 million hotel card heist knows a thing or two about Coke. He does seem that he does indulge in the odd controlled substance, perhaps. Allegedly. Orlando knows who the sports car dad is. And so does Jason.
Finally.
It's about time we figured it out. Now, if we could figure out who 540 Flips is, we're set.
Yes.
Oh, if I ever find out who that guy is, man, I'm gonna end him.
It's your mother.
There's a twist.
You know something? I wouldn't even put it past her.
There you go. I figured
I can totally see her doing that.
All of a sudden, it's the ending. It's like what happened? It's like 540 Flips is Eric's mom and Kaiser Soze. Oh my God.
There we go. We made it happen.
Bubbles says, I think the fan interpretation of YouTube are more interested in the actual show. All right. By the way, here's a reference too. I prefer Pandora Peaks over Twin Peaks.
Ooh.
Eric, you should Google this while you Google Emmanuel in Space.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
No, that means don't do it.
I thought I'd throw it in there. Hobby Champ says Twin Peaks is great. The most recent season was my favorite. All right. Hobby Champs is one vote in favor of.
Hey, was it the most recent season, like in 1988?
Maybe.
I thought they did I thought they did
They
a.
obviously must have.
I thought they did a new one. I thought they did a. I don't know if it's a remake or a sequel. I'm not sure, but I thought they did something more recent than the OG series. I thought they did. I could be mistaken. I still put cocaine in my Coke. Keeping it authentic. Appreciate you. Hashtag OG.
For real.
Go for it, Zach.
Origination.
That's right. Appreciate it. But yes, there you go. We went in a lot of different directions there. We ended up
Cool.
beans, cocaine, Twin Peaks,
And
pretty good. You know, fake PMGs. Fake PMGs. It's pretty good. Pretty good range, folks. Pretty good range, I gotta say. And we got in 2 Emmanuel in Space references.
yes.
2.
I hope.
And we officially did get a rule number 9, even though rule number 8 hasn't been fully considered yet.
We're
We're gonna
saving
keep
that.
working on it.
We're saving that for the right thing.
It's got to be right.
The right
It's a
stuff.
Wow.
That's my favorite show of all time. I love
Magnum
doing,
PI?
I love doing Magnum trivia with people. That is my absolute number 1 all time favorite show, and I boycotted the remake because I thought it was blasphemy.
Wow.
Magnum PI or the right stuff?
The remake of Magnum PI that's
Oh, that guy wasn't. You can't replace Stealth. Hey, come on.
No, but I love Magnum PI, and I can watch a couple of scenes, and I'll tell you everything about that episode. I got them all memorized.
That's like me with MASH.
Love MASH. MASH was
Wow,
great.
Carla's in favor. Have we established peace? Did you and Carla just become best friends?
No,
That's what Carla is. I've
No,
heard
that's
that.
overrated. No.
The number one watched finale in TV history still to this day is overrated. Okay, yeah, sure. Mm-hmm.
Well,
Well,
actually,
depends.
it's easier to be overrated if it's the number 1 most watched. It's actually easier.
Yeah, it depends if you're a Potter guy or or
Yeah, it's
Radar.
Look, by comparison, it's very difficult for Beckett to be overrated because they've sunk so low. It's like
John versus
if you go with they're adequate, you might be overrating them a little bit. You might be overrating them just a smidgen. Going a little high there. I do like the hot takes though. I do appreciate the hot takes.
Hmm?
Dustin says agreed, Bob. I've got a 4-hour explain it all type vid, and the breakdown is fascinating. Oh, I think you should try a 4-hour vid. Listen, Dustin, think about this.
Oh.
Everyone, think about this. If Dustin made a 4-hour video, it would be a 12-hour video because he'd need 8 hours for the ads.
and the sleep.
Think of the ads. Think of the promotion. Think of the ad sets. It would literally be like the intermission would be like a 2-hour ad break, and then he'd continue the rest of the 4-hour vid. Think about it.
Has to be that long, just so he can sober back up. So yeah.
It would be an entire segment, like an entire 8-hour workday, where you could fit it in all the commercial breaks in between. It would be like just watching TV. It would effectively be a TV watch. That's what would happen.
Basically, yes.
Yeah. The only remade show I enjoy is Hawaii Five-0. Interesting.
Yeah, that's not so bad.
Hawaii Five-0 and Magnum PI were in the same universe.
No, Magnum PI was a lot later than Hawaii Five-0.
No, they were in the same universe because they actually in Magnum they actually talked about the characters in early episodes of Magnum. They talked about the main character in Hawaii Five-0.
Ooh, there you go. That's trivia.
We're getting that. We're getting some interesting things.
All right, how about this MASH trivia? What name the 2 spin-offs of MASH?
There were spin-offs.
This is gonna be a struggle. I'll read a couple more here.
I don't think that's MASH trivia. I think it's more after MASH.
After MASH is one. What's the other one?
There's actually a thing called After MASH, really?
Yes.
I never.
How long did that last?
I don't know.
Not
Not
very
long.
Like 5 episodes?
Maybe.
I was gonna say, like, that's a terrible name, by the way.
If it was 5, it was too long. But TV show MASH had 2 spinoffs.
I don't know what the other one is.
You do know. It'll once I tell you, you'll go, oh yeah.
All right.
Okay.
While you're figuring that out, I'm going to read some comments and get
Tell me that. Tell me what it is.
Trapper John MD.
Oh, then later. Yeah. Okay, that's when he's older. Yeah.
Okay.
Gotcha.
So, the only thing more epic than the Bruins collapse was Tom Selleck's stash. I like that we got 2 references in there.
That's not nice.
Carlos says early MASH is better.
Yes.
Yeah, it depends on, if you like Blake or Potter, I like Potter. Blake was a little goofy. But then do you like, BJ Honeycutt, or do you like Trapper John? MD.
Wow.
Doctor.
We're getting some classic. Are you guys feeling, I don't know if you guys are feeling this, but I'm starting to sense a little bit of a television theme approaching with the chat tonight.
Coach was really good. I love Coach.
Yeah, I like Coach. I thought Coach was good.
Jerry Van Dyke was really good in that.
Yep. Switch Dad to become the Jerry Lewis of sports card telethons. Ooh, we got a Jerry Lewis reference in there too.
Hey, me and my brother went out in 1970, was it 74? We went out collecting for Jerry Lewis telethon. So we went for like hours, and then we showed up at this place to put our contributions. I don't know, we must have had like 10, 20 bucks, which was a lot of money, in coin back in that time period. And they said, yeah, just go dump it in. It was a garbage bin with a bag in it. And they said, yeah, just go dump it in. So we dumped it in, and then, okay, see you later. No thanks, no nothing. We went, well, that wasn't no good.
See, I bet you didn't know this, Eric.
No, I didn't know that at all.
2 broke girls.
Obviously. Like, it's so obvious. I am ashamed that we didn't think of it sooner. I'm very saddened by that.
Mm-hmm.
Bozo said, was Mr. Roper from Three's Company in that MASH unit?
Yep. He was guest appearance.
So many famous people
popped
in and out of that show. It's remarkable.
Yep.
Even Ron Howard played a soldier in one of the episodes.
Mm-hmm.
James says Walter is also his MASH spinoff.
Never heard of that. I assume that's a Radar spinoff.
I guess Walter Burghoff. Maybe.
It was Eric.
Pretty much.
Yeah, you guys just told everybody. Thanks.
Well, now you know. I'll be back.
We should have said spoiler alert, but it happens. Dustin, you can be human with us in the chat. He's a robot. He's a robot, Justin. Robot. He can't be human with us in the chat. You only need 3 shots. 3 shots of electricity. 2 other classics from my childhood: Love Boat and Fantasy Island, usually back to back.
I did not like those shows.
No Love Boat for you?
No.
Alas.
Fantasy Island was better, but I definitely did not like Love Boat at all.
All right, so Jim has given us the short version here, possibly from Wikipedia, but either way. Walter was an 1984 American television pilot. Oh, so it was a pilot episode. For the 3rd spinoff of MASH, it was never picked up. He reprises MASH character here.
So it was
only 1 episode, just a pilot episode. All right. There you go. We got a wrestling reference there. The CIA take away the machine that turned Steve Urkel into Stefan.
I never got into that show either.
It was all right. I'll be honest. Like, it was okay for a little bit, but when it became so Steve Urkel centric, it became problematic because it's like, okay, look, I get that he's your breakout character, but sometimes you gotta like chill on it. Like, it doesn't have to be Steve Urkel in every episode, and that's all you're doing right now.
I just didn't like it.
Yeah.
And what they should have done, okay, because was it Reginald Val Johnson?
Yeah,
he was the dad, and he was a cop. Yeah. Well, he was also a cop in Die Hard. He should have been.
I don't remember what year Family Matters started though. Did Family Matters start before or after the Die Hard? Because Die Hard, I think, was 88.
Die Hard was 86.
86 or 88? Because I feel like 86 he was still doing Moonlighting. Hold on. We don't need to guess. We've got the Oracle of Knowledge. Hold on. Let me go to the Google.
Die Hard was 86.
88.
Okay.
Okay, so hold on. So Family Matters started what year?
Should have been the same character. That would have been awesome.
Family Matters started in 89. It's very close, actually.
Should have been the
very
same
close. You got John McClane show up. Like, just like randomly attack somebody.
Yeah, that would have been awesome.
There you go. Please no spoilers. Have you yet to watch MASH? Boy, will you be surprised. Boy, will you be surprised. There you go.
The war ends. They all go home.
What? Spoilers?
Yeah, it was based on the Korean War,
It's not pronounced Love Boat. It's pronounced Love Boat.
Never liked it.
Maybe if you got into the song, it would help. Pee Wee's Playhouse, aka Eric Sten. True.
Did not like Pee Wee's Playhouse either.
Wow. That was a spin-off of Perfect Strangers.
Perfect Strangers, I love.
That sounds right to me because I felt like, yeah, here we go. Yeah, his wife. So I've got it in front of me here. It was Carl Winslow's wife, Harriet, who was introduced in Perfect Strangers. So
Nice.
it was actually a spin-off, which is actually interesting.
I loved Perfect Strangers.
Then you should have shown more respect for Harriet Winslow, who was a spin-off character.
I did not know that, and he still should have been the cop from Die Hard. That would have been awesome.
I don't know what to tell you, man. The thing is, they still had a successful run. It says here 215 episodes, which actually sounds about right, to be honest. They went for a lot of seasons. It went for a while.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Johnson was also a cop in Turner and Hooch, second Die Hard, and the original Ghostbusters. He very much was typecast. He's like, "You shall be cop." Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. There you go. Justin appreciates Family Matters. Fair enough.
And that's cool. I just wasn't for me.
Eric is more of a Paul Rubens in a porn theater fan than Pee Wee.
I was more of a Paul Rubens in Cheech and Chong movies.
You know which Rubens was also, I believe, I could be mistaken. I think he was one of the really dumb, ridiculous vampires in the Buffy the Vampire Slayer movie. I'm pretty sure he was in that.
Well, the TV show.
It was terrible. The TV show was good, but the movie was terrible. But I'm pretty sure Paul Rubens was in that movie. I could be mistaken, but I thought he was.
No, first time I ever saw Paul Rubens was on Cheech and Chong. He was in a couple of different Cheech and Chong movies.
Was he now?
Oh, yeah.
Yep, he was in that movie. I thought so. Yeah, Paul Rubens was in Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
And he was in at least 2 Cheech and Chong movies, if not more.
There you go. Rubens in Blow. Was he in Blow as well?
Yep.
Wow.
He had long hair, wore like gold jewelry.
So going off of your premise, given that he was a vampire in the Buffy the Vampire Slayer thing, maybe he should have been in Blow. He should have just been the vampire from Buffy the Vampire Slayer. There's your spinoff.
There you go.
Carry it over. Strange, a TV series about the Korean War that lasted longer than said war, brought so many people together. Yes, that is true. It did last longer than the war.
And it was actually, the movie came out first, then the TV show. And it was really, even though it was set in the Korean War, it was a commentary about the Vietnam War. That was the underlying messages you were getting from the movie, and the TV show was about the Vietnam War.
There you go. Rubens and Blow for sure. Epic. There you go. It feels like, Eric, I'm getting the distinct sense that that the people are feeling a pop culture night. Because in terms of card stories, I don't really have much. I will say, and I'll record the video later, I was able to get some more cards in for the 53 Bowman color set.
Oh, very nice.
So I got some new ones in. So now I am under 60 to go. So this will put me over 100 for the set. So
That's
we're definitely
awesome.
making progress. Very strong progress. Some nice stuff. So I will showcase that a little bit more. I always get the name wrong. Ted Kluszewski. So we got that one right there. And I believe, if memory serves me, last card here I've got is Al Lopez, who's actually in the Hall of Fame. Hall of Fame manager.
Oh, all right.
Cleveland Indians. So a couple of decent cards, like the main star. I've already got the stars. So now I'm down to like some semi-stars and guys that are technically in the Hall of Fame, but nothing too crazy. So it's one of those deals where it's like, yeah, I'm chipping away at it. I'm actually genuinely curious what the final card is going to be. It's going to be something innocuous. It's going to be something random. It's like, and the last card is this guy. There it is. So working on it. We're getting there.
I realized that I had a handful of cards that were autographed from the 1970 Bruins. Now, that's when they won their first cup, was 69-70. So and this one's sitting on my desk, I show all the time, but there's the ore, but this year, 1970. And I'm like, I have the toughest one, well, the most expensive one. What else do I
Toughest one would be some guys who died early, so
yeah. I think
like
that
Tim Horton and
well, I'm just doing the Bruins. So the hardest one would be Ted Green, who never signed he never signed anything because he just hated people.
I don't think he could spell.
Possibly. And Ace Bailey, who died in 9/11. So, but yeah, there you go. So I was like, what do I already have? And so I had like 3 or 4. And then I was like, what the hell? So I've been trying to pick up autograph copies of the 1970 Bruins set because they're the Stanley Cup champions that year. So I got a couple of them in. I got a Cashman in and a Hodge in to go along with some other ones that I had. So that's what I'm working on right now.
It's very popular for people to get their sets signed now. It was popular in baseball, all of 10, 15 years ago. And in the last 5 to 7, hockey cards have come a long way. A lot of guys are trying to get those. Football, I don't see much of, or basketball. But, with the newer cards and stuff like that, a lot of people who, they just get the sticker autos or whatever.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. But for the vintage. Baseball's big though. Now you got to work on the color set, 53 color set, autographed.
Wow, there you go. Dufek says you're doing 53 Bowman black and white. So I haven't planned on it. It may be something. So the plan right now is to work on the 53 Bowman color, finish that, finish the 63 Fleer. Those are the 2 that I'm working on right now. But after I finish, basically 53 Bowman color at the rate I'm going probably will be done first. The other one I'm doing graded, so it takes a little longer. I'm taking my time, no hurry. But if I finish, whichever one I finish first, I'm going to start working on the 53 tops because that one is going to be a big challenge. So it's a very nice. I think both 53 sets are excellent. I think they did a very good. Both companies did a great job. Black and white, I think would be interesting as an accompaniment to the Bowman color because it's kind of an interesting backstory what happened with that because. Really, the only reason it came out is like we ran out of money. We need to make another series. Make it in black and white; it'll be cheaper. It's just kind of interesting to me. Obviously, and now what I like about it is that the checklist is 64 cards. It's a very manageable set, so I actually wouldn't mind it. Kind of as a compliment, I would even put it in the same binder because it's a 253 Bowman sets kind of together, which would be kind of cool. But I'm going to be working on the 53 tops, and that's enough of a challenge to keep me busy for a bit. If I get far enough along in it, then maybe I'll consider it. Because the good news is there's no real like crazy cards in it. I think the biggest one is you got a Casey Stengel in there. You got a few Hall of Famers. But Casey Stengel's like kind of the big card on it. You do have Johnny Mize.
Yeah, but how many year card is that for Stengel? That'd be like his 3rd decade, 4th decade, later.
But they didn't really make a lot of manager cards all the time. So that's the thing. Like it's actually one of the more desired cards, just because manager cards really weren't a big thing on a lot of the sets. Like you don't fit them. You've got some, obviously, but you didn't have a ton.
1924 Canadian Maple Crispet, Casey Stengel, short print.
Well, Casey Stengel was a player at that time, so it'd be a little different.
I don't even know if he was.
In the 20s, he was still been a player.
24.
Because he did. See, I'll pull it up here.
I think
so. Casey Stengel's career spanned till 1925.
Oh, so just really? Wow.
Yeah, would have been right at the end. So probably maybe he would have been like a player manager or something. So that's a possibility. But he did kind of get in. He was still a player from 1912 to 1925 is when he was still a player.
So his playing years, his last card is the Maple Crispet.
Could be.
Well, baseball. Sorry.
Yeah. So like as a pure manager, there would be less cards available for him.
True.
So I'm just throwing it in there. Like I said, it would be interesting. And I think at one point I owned the Stengel. I moved on from it years ago, but I wouldn't be morally opposed. it would be an interesting little addition to it, a compliment to the project, I would say. Littlest Hobo launched Mike Myers' career, launched a lot of careers.
Yeah.
The set's coming along nicely. Yes, thank you for that. What's your guys' opinion on the Blue Jays City Connect uniforms? All right, so first, step one. Eric, do you know what City Connect uniforms are?
I don't know what baseball is.
That's okay. Do you know what City Connect uniforms are? My question wasn't about baseball. My question was City Connect
No,
uniforms.
I have no idea, and I have no opinion because I have no idea.
All right, so what we're going to do here is we're going to show what the Blue Jays City Connect uniforms look like, and we're going to have a judgment on aesthetics. Connect jersey. Grab that. All right, here. Let me see if I can find a good image here for it. Probably this is about right. Here we go. Actually, this one will work. All right. So these are the different alternate uniforms. All the teams basically have them. It's just they're rotating which team gets to showcase theirs. The Jays one is coming up right now. So this is their run of them. Let's see if we can share. There we go. There is the Jays City Connect uniform.
Oh, it's too dark. Come on, Jays. What the fudge?
Well, a lot of them are dark. They're kind of alternate color kind of scheme
I
thing
understand,
going on.
but that's like chocolate sticks and chocolate milk. Come on.
There's nothing wrong with those things.
So
Yeah,
here's
there
my
is.
so here's my thing. I don't mind them going with a darker scheme. I actually like the black uniforms they did for that brief run there. I might have been in the minority, but I like them. I like because it's different. Because I'm used to the original Jays jerseys. I like the different times where they went a little different. Like they had the era in the 80s where they had the more pastel color.
Yeah.
I didn't mind that because it was
It was
I don't
different.
need it 100 years, and I don't mind that you changed it, which makes the pastel one kind of fun because it's a little different. So then you can go to it occasionally and bring it back when you want to.
Horrible for
I think
laundry.
the whole cityscape thing is kind of overplayed. And the CN Tower doesn't really look like a CN
It
Tower.
doesn't even know. It looks horrible. Like
I understand what you're going for, but it's just kind of like, So I'm kind of indifferent to it. I'll give it like a 5.5 out of 10. I'm not super excited about it. It's not the worst thing I've
I
seen, but
keep
it's
it
not
at a
super
4. I don't even know if I even give it a 4 because we have a lot of people who have it's not right. It's too dark. It doesn't show. If you saw it from afar, you would not see nothing. It would just blend in.
There you go.
You'd say, "What's that chocolate stick sticking up through the CN Tower?" Yeah, seems well be.
I wish you had chocolate sticks up there. Every time I go up there, I'm just like, oh, come on. Why can't I get a chocolate stick?
Oh yeah, can't get them at Tim Hortons anymore.
It's a bit of a problem.
Short time.
Need to get Dunkin' Donuts back up there.
Yeah, I don't think it'll compete with Tim Hortons at all.
Look, if we just wanted chocolate sticks, we could just send somebody to a dog park and you'd get plenty of chocolate sticks. Don't worry about it.
There you go.
Just saying. Hobby Champ says, I recently bought the 1989 Jack Nicholson first appearance card. In 1994, the Crow Brandon Lee first appearance promo card. I love pop culture cards. You and Paul both. You and Paul both.
Yeah, that's cool.
Justin randomly chiming in here. Damn it, I need some Tim Hortons breakfast right now.
I
like Tim Hortons breakfast.
That wasn't that his last appearance card too?
Which one? The Brandon Lee? Yeah, probably. If it was a Crow appearance, it'd be first and last, probably.
Just saying.
I would assume.
Yeah. Trivia. MASH was 256 episodes, but only one episode contains the show's entire cast. Season 7's Our Finest Hour was the only episode that had all 7 original cast members.
Really?
That is quite the piece of trivia. Interesting.
Oh.
Yeah, that's pretty deep.
That's deep, man.
Yeah.
Jack Nicholson as the Joker. I actually like Jack Nicholson as the Joker. He's so over the top and ridiculous. In that particular Batman, he makes all the sense in the world. And I like Michael Keaton. Michael Keaton as Batman, I enjoyed as well. Like, I think he did an excellent job as Batman.
Yeah, he did.
He was fun.
I very much liked the 2 Michael Keaton Batman movies.
I think he did. I think it was funny. Here's the thing. They don't get as much credit for it. They're starting to slowly now. But the 89 Batman brought back the superhero movie because it was dead. People were like not interested in superhero films. A lot of them had struggled basically since the Supermans with Reeves in the 70s. Like they had not had much luck with them. But 89 Batman kind of allowed, this is viable. Okay, we can probably do this. Sure.
There was a couple series. There was a Captain America series that was kind of on TV and stuff like that.
I saw those. Those are horrible.
I forget that blonde-haired guy, but I forget his name. Anyways, yeah. So that was kind of good because I enjoyed it, and I kind of was hoping they would go further, and then the movies came out a little while after that. Slowly.
Yep. But I just think I think the point though is those two Batman films I think allowed then it to become viable again, which allowed if people like all the Marvel movies that came after and a lot of that other stuff, people like it. You can pretty much thank the '89 Batman. Because that helped kind of be like because it was successful, and then they were able to have Batman Returns, and then in turn that allowed these other ones to be like, yeah, let's give it a go. We can probably do it. That sounds good. So it works out. We can definitely have some fun with it. So let's see here. So Eric, you want to answer that? Who's more beloved in Boston? You like Ray Bork or Cam Neely?
Well, they're not asking my opinion. They're asking who's more beloved in Boston. I would say probably Ray.
Have you considered the possibility, though, that we're starting with the premise that Boston is real?
Right. We threw him a parade when he won a cup with another team. So, yeah, he's...
Really?
Yeah.
Well, like they were desperate for like, we need something. Let us steal your thunder, Ray. Please. Let us celebrate victory.
We had like 100,000 people show up or something crazy to fill government square.
And who paid for that?
Like, I couldn't tell you.
You did.
Well, I'm sure there was some taxpayer money because you had cops. So, but I have no idea. The Bruins could have paid for the staging and stuff. I have no idea.
Probably.
But Cam is up and down because he's the president of the team right now. So when the team does bad, Neely sucks. Right? Yep. Ray has stayed out of hockey. He's a restaurateur.
Yeah. Although he wouldn't mind his salary of,
Right. So
I would take the money.
So I would say Ray's probably ahead of Cam at this point, but the Bruins fans love Cam.
There you go. Carlos says here, it always puzzled me the 53 Bowman black and white set. Use the red and black on the back. If you're going to go cheap, why add color to the back? That kind of leads credence to my thought that, I think it's been out there for a while now, and people have written articles about it. I think I don't think there was supposed to be a black and white set. I think the intention was to continue with the color, and they basically ran out of money. It was just too expensive.
Well, at 64 cars, isn't that kind of like an insert subset or something at that point?
So I think from what it's been a long time since I read the original articles, but I believe if everything, let's say Bowman had been super successful, 53 Bowman color. Let's say it had sold like gangbusters and they did so well. I think that 64 set would have been just another series in the 53 Bowman color.
So when did Bowman lose out to tops on?
After 55.
Oh, after 55, yeah.
But what happened is, if you guys remember the chronology, Bowman came out in 48, specifically with the baseball set. And then 48, they're by themselves. 49, they're by themselves. 50, they're by themselves. 51, Tops produced the red backs and the blue backs.
Those
red backs and blue backs. But they're like playing cards. They're very, kitschy. They're not. 52 Tops comes out though, game changer, because now all of a sudden, this is a big set, and it's a massive set. It does super well for them. So 52 Tops is a home run, pun intended. 53 Tops is also extremely strong. You've got paintings, on these cards. Like, this is a great set. And 53 Bowman color comes out. So 53 is like the height of like real competition between the two. You got one of the most beautiful sets with the color photography in 53 Bowman color, and you've got paintings with 53 Tops. That's a phenomenal competition. That's great competition.
Yes.
But color photography in 1953 is très expensive. So they were really throwing it. They were hoping that was like a knockout punch. They were throwing a haymaker, and Tops came back with 53 Tops. It was super strong. 54 Tops is not one that I like. I'm not super excited about it. However, it was innovative because they had two pictures. They had the headshot and the action shot. And think 1954. That's actually kind of tough for them to do. They actually did a very good job doing it. So it was a bit revolutionary for them at the time.
Nobody ever did that before. Yeah,
exactly. And 54 Bowman. I think they did that by 57. They might have had a different year, but I'll say is, so it was innovative. 54, like, this is innovation. And 53 Bowman, if you go look at 53 Bowman, I like it, but the little pastel bar and everything is not compare it to 53 Bowman color, and you understand that like it's very clear. Like they threw their best shot in 53. 55, they did the TV thing, which again I like it. So I'm actually appreciative. My goal with my collecting, I have a 55 Bowman set complete, a 54 Bowman set complete. I want to get the Ted Williams to kind of put an exclamation point on it. But then I'm working on that 53 Bowman color set. So when I'm done, I'm going to have 53, 54, and 55. Those are my 3 favorite Bowman sets completed. And then I'm good. I don't need the other ones. I'm very happy with that. I'm comfortable. But Topps did a great job in that time period, and that's why they won the war. Like 53, they both took a really good shot at each other. Nobody had the decisive blow, but Bowman kind of ran out of cash at that point. Yeah. It was a struggle.
Well, the licensing, right? They signed individuals, whereas hockey, we did teams. So it's a big difference.
CC says City Connect jerseys equals Panini downtown parallel card. Wow. All right, there's a comp. Need better contrasting colors for the jerseys. I'd agree. These are not doing City Connect for obvious reasons. This is true. This is true.
Who's going to buy that? Honestly, I can't just,
They're trying to move it to Vegas very slowly.
Obviously, yeah.
Yeah. Are they blacklight jerseys? Not that I'm aware of. I don't think so. Yeah.
Maybe.
I don't think so.
That would make sense.
Listen, I'm still, to this day, I'm still trying to get over the Dallas Star rave jerseys. The rave jerseys are still like, guys, they're really doing the rave thing.
Those
because
neon
I like
Stars jerseys are the worst things I've ever seen in my life. They're
they're not as bad as the Mooters, sir. Nothing is as bad as the Mooters. The Mooters was sad times.
Those neon jerseys, man, are the absolute trash of the league. I hope they're never seen again. They're up there with the golden helmets of Vegas. Just trash.
What are you gonna do?
And the silver helmets of the Kings. Ugh.
Yeah.
So bad.
Let's see here. Hobby Champs, according to many in the hobby content sphere, I do appreciate a good content sphere. The hobby is dying. RIP hobby. I've been trying to tell you guys for years it's dead. Hobby's super dead. Couldn't be more dead. Braves had the best City Connect uniform, reminiscent uniform when Hank Aaron broke the record. All caps. Yep, not great. The logo is one thing that stands out in the jersey. The Nike one. Yep. Captain America was J.D. Salinger's son.
I thought his name was like Rip something.
It was, he had one of those like Bo Jackson kind of names,
His first name was Reb, R-E-B.
Reb, yes, yeah. Yeah.
And I can't remember his last name.
Johnson, Miller, I think it was a pretty common name. We got to look that up. Who was Captain America on the TV series?
TV series? I think somebody will give us
kind of a bodybuilder too.
Oh, I think if you're going to go with Captain America, you would have to be a little bit.
Well, we're talking.
Well, he wasn't that big.
Oh, yes, he was.
Oh, well, it's pro bodybuilder Eric. There is critiquing physique.
He wasn't Schwarzenegger. I'm saying he didn't look like Schwarzenegger. He didn't look.
Very few people look like Schwarzenegger.
Very few.
Yeah, I was going to say. If we were talking about those TV shows, your goal is just to be athletic. Otherwise, it's basically Schwarzenegger, Stallone, and Lou Ferrigno. And Lou Ferrigno is because he needed to be the Hulk. He literally needed to be the Hulk. So it's like, we got the regular guy, and then you're the Hulk. So when he's green, I need you to be gigantic. I got this.
Yep.
There you go. All right. So Hobby Champ says, I'm leaving it to the chat. They'll figure it out here. My favorite Batmans in suit are Keaton, Bale, and wait for it, Pattinson.
I didn't like Bale. He was
no Christian Bale for you?
No,
you didn't like the voice? Tell me the truth. It's the voice, isn't it?
The voice.
100%. I'm Batman. Yes.
It's so ridiculous.
Totally different. It's not me. It's not Christian Bale. It's somebody else.
That's why when they get Affleck to it, they changed his voice with something in the suit, to make it
oh really
sound different. Yeah.
Okay, why?
Because Bale sounded like an idiot.
Yeah, I guess.
Yep. 57 Topps football was a split picture. Yes.
57, yeah.
Yep. If hobbies taught us anything, it's that Topps has never liked competition. True.
Yes.
Historically accurate.
They stole everything they could. They even went, Frank Fleer went against them too. Yeah. Then
it goes back in history, man. It goes back in history.
They went through Bowman, went through Fleer, went through Parker's. All of them. Tops is bad.
Wow.
Yeah.
It is historically accurate. Hobby Champ says you can get 51 Tops wrappers for $15. Yeah, they were never very popular.
You can get them sealed packs for $20. It's like nobody cares.
Because the cards inside, no, they never really took off. People did not like them.
And they made $1 billion.
They did, yeah. They made a ton. It's crazy how cheap you can get the 55 Bowman cards. I can get the entire Braves team set graded. It's just cheap as raw at the time. 55 Bowman, like, again, it wasn't super popular. I like it because, again, the color TV in 55 was a novelty. So I understood what they were going for.
Yeah.
I get that. I have no issue with it. I understand it. And it helped. It was good for building a set. I'll say that. It was good for building a set, that it wasn't crazy expensive. You could get, again, considering I think it was 320 cards as 55 Bowman, if memory serves me. So 320 cards is a lot.
That's a lot.
So being able to get the commons for relatively inexpensive was very helpful. Very helpful. Obviously, the stars are still the stars. Mantl's still going to cost a pretty penny, but it's not as bad as some of the other ones from the time period. The hobby wants to eat your brains. Eric is in no danger.
I got no brain.
Batmans or Batmen? How do we
It's
pluralize the
Batmans.
Batmans?
It's Bat person.
Well, we need plural still. So you're saying persons. We still need to pluralize it.
Yes.
Dufek says Bale in Batman Begins was good. They dubbed his voice in all scenes in later movies. In the first one, yes.
Then they dubbed Bane's voice, and it's it's just
There you go. Tom Hardy. So here, Dufek is agreeing with you. Tom Hardy is Bane voice lives rent free in my head.
yes.
I liked it. I
liked it. Yeah, I did like.
I like the Nolan trilogy. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it for what it was.
If you watched the the Batman cartoons in the 90s, the animated series,
the animated series is very good,
and they had Bane. The voice is similar. They did a pretty good job.
Look, I'll be honest. If you want to use that context, the best Batman was the animated series with the entire set cast of characters, because they tried some stuff with some of those characters and actually went for it in a lot of the episodes. Plus, you got Mark Hamill's Joker, really good.
Kevin Conroy as Batman. My daughter,
very excellent, very good
Batman of all time.
Very good. So it worked really well. So I enjoyed it. I thought they did a very good job with a lot of the, again, given it's a cartoon, and the animation style was really good for what it was, and they were able to do a lot of stuff and try some things.
So it was on every night in syndication when I was in college, and it was every night at like 5 p.m. So after a while, everyone in my dorm knew that I'd sprint over for dinner at 4:30, like the early bird special, wolf down dinner, and then we'd all be talking. I'm like, I gotta go. I'd run back across the street to the dorm so I could watch the Batman animated series at 5 p.m. Well, they all thought that was crazy, right?
It was crazy.
They weren't.
We agree. It was correct.
Guess what? After a period of time, everybody was coming back with me at 5 to watch the stupid show, and the living room of our dorm was just packed with guys that were watching this thing.
Oh, there you go. That's why they got all those doctorates.
It's all about the PhDs.
That's right. Dr. Eric from now on. Thank you.
No, you will never be a doctor. Especially not of thugonomics. You wish. Here you go, Bob Boozle. As a man, Jeff Wilson is flesh and blood. He can be mocked, but as a symbol, he can be incorruptible. He can be everlasting.
He thinks so. He is the legend in his own mind.
But I'm also appreciating Bob Boozle's reference. That is a reference.
Yeah, that was from Batman.
That it was. Carlisle says the best was watching Batman and Robin scale a building in the TV series. It was very convincing. So again, for ironic, I think the Batmans we've mentioned are honestly the best Batmans. But I got to be honest, I do have a soft spot for Adam West Batman. The silliness of it, the ridiculousness of it, there is some entertainment value in there. Sitting there like, this is really lame, but it's entertaining, and I appreciate that.
Well, that was my first Batman, right? I mean, growing up, there was.
And what other Batman had shark repellent in his utility belt?
None.
Yeah, damn right. And who else, scaled the side of a building to talk to a Nazi? Because there was an episode where Colonel Klink came out of the window and they started talking about Colonel Hogan.
That was the spinoff.
Yeah. But now Hogan's Heroes was very funny in the whole thing. And made the Nazis look bad. And, it wasn't made for children, however, right? To put a Nazi in a children's TV show, I thought it was an interesting choice they made.
It was a choice. It was a choice.
Colonel,
and I will say,
out the window as they're scaling the building, and they're nice to him.
Batman
He's
was
a Nazi.
Batman was nice to everyone. The point though is no other Batman can also lay claim to running through the streets with a bomb. That's in the movie. He's trying to get rid of the bomb.
Yep. Yeah, he has it over his head.
He literally is carrying it. He's running around with. I want Christian Bale to run around with a bomb over his head. Go ahead.
He wouldn't do it.
Exactly. None of them would do it.
Well, not in this contract, I'll tell you. That's it.
Yep. And every time he tried to throw it someplace, wasn't it like
there'd be like kids, or there'd be something going on, and like some days you just can't get rid of a bomb.
Couldn't get rid of the bomb.
Like I said, guilty pleasure. Adam West Batman is fun.
Oh, absolutely.
The Joker was really good too. He was.
Cesar Romero.
Cesar Romero. Yes, he was.
Who kept his mustache? Who kept his mustache and wouldn't give up the mustache.
Nope.
It worked for him. Yes.
He was.
The point is he went for it. The point is he went for it. They said, "All right, this is ridiculous. I look ridiculous. This is all ridiculous. We're going for it anyway."
Yeah, it worked.
He did a great job.
And the Penguin too, with what's his name?
Burgess Meredith.
Yeah. Rocky.
The funny thing, ironically, is that as silly as that show was, they had some acting talent. Like they had really good actors and actresses who participated as like individual. Like these people are actually pretty good, and you're getting pretty good quality considering what the material that you're seeing to work with.
Catwoman, she was hot. Like
which one? There were three.
The leather. No, in the first, 1966. So.
No, but I'm saying there were three over the course of that series.
Is it really?
Yeah, they did. The names are escaping me, but there were three.
Kit, Lee Merriweather, and
Lee Merriweather. Yes, that's what I was thinking of.
Julie Newmar.
They all look hot. Anyways,
that's what I'm saying. Like specifically in this case, you got three. You had three different ones who were all part of it, so it was kind of funny. Mark Hamill's famous for his animated Joker, yes, and he does the voice for Joker in the video game as well, Arkham Asylum.
And so
tells you how good the voice. Like people love him as the Joker. He does a really great Joker.
He says he keeps saying that he won't do it anymore because it hurts his voice, and especially now that Kevin Conroy passed away, I don't think he's ever going to do it again.
Yeah, I think he'd be fine to retire it. There's nothing wrong with that. They had a great run. The two of them had a great run doing those voices. They did tremendous, but it's like at a certain point you can just let it go, and you may as well, because he won't have the same dynamic. He won't be able to play off the same Batman, so it won't be the same. But Mark Hamill did a tremendous job, and he's already had a great run with that character as well. So you go more controversial from Carlisle. What is more controversial, best Batman or best Bond?
Now we're delving back to last show.
Yeah, we already did. We did Bond last week.
No, but the question was, what's more controversial? The question is, which debate is more controversial? That's the question.
I would say, boy, there's a lot of shit.
Bond has been the Bond debate has been going on for decades. I don't think
the Batman debate has had decades as well.
No, I don't think so.
I think the Batman
more Batmen in the last couple of decades, all piled up because first you had Adam West, and then that's 66. Then you had to wait to 89 to get another one, right? And then you had to wait. Then everyone knew that Kilmer and Clooney sucked, so there was no debate there. So then you had to wait another 20 years. So I don't think that's much. Bond was just constant, and it's always been constant. And people have been having that discussion over beers for 60 years.
But one's American, one's British. So I got to go with the Americans. Just North America, We're number.
Yeah, but you have British royalty on your money.
Not anymore.
Eric, on our money, you're still a Canadian protector.
Yeah.
Except the king. Except the king.
Except the king. Okay.
Except the king.
We don't have it on our money anymore. Well, I guess on the coinage, yes.
Who do they put on the? I haven't looked at the. I'll be honest. I barely use bills at this point. Who are they putting on the bill now?
I don't know. Well, the $10 bill is some lady who did something special in Canada. I think she was a writer or something. Or
They should just put. Maybe they should just put. We should just put random. I would actually like to do a combination. I propose to redo the money. If we're not going to have the monarch on there, then let's redo the money. Let's have like Booby Orr sitting there fishing or something.
Or have Batmans, all the different Batmans.
Yeah, we can have different
$10.
Batmans. That'd be awesome.
Hockey players: Gordie Howe, Wayne Gretzky, Mario
Kilmer
Lemieux.
Yeah, but I want.
$5.
But the point is, Eric, you can have the hockey players, but I want them doing things that have nothing to do with hockey.
Yes.
I want Gordie
Right.
Howe in the grocery aisle, and somebody cuts him off, and he just starts beating him up
That
in the grocery
picture,
aisle.
that picture with Gordie Howe fishing. You guys have seen that one, right? Holy Jesus! And Bobby Hull baling hay.
Mhm.
That's another holy Jesus.
Yep. Tim Horton too.
I
Very.
bet you they weren't eating
Yes,
chocolate sticks.
Tim Hortons.
Very
I
much
bet you they
less
weren't eating
more.
chocolate sticks during that, Eric.
No, they were not eating chocolate sticks. They were drinking and smoking cigarettes, though.
Pretty much, yeah. They were
But no chocolate
mesomorphs.
sticks.
They were mesomorphs, so they're
Yeah.
naturally predisposed. Skinny, small waist, makes them great athletes.
You got a favorite college reference here for you, Eric?
I have no grade point average.
Oh.
Mhm. It's a choice like putting a heart. It's a choice like putting a heart face in the chat. It is a choice.
Mhm.
Batman the animated series set the standard, created so much Batman, so used today with Harley Quinn and Mr. Freeze plus more. Yep. They did. Like I said, it was tremendously done. And they had a bunch of cartoon movies that they were still able to use the voices, and the characters came back for those. Different thing, but still was able to carry on, and they were able to have a lot with it. How does Dallas only have 7 shots through almost 2 periods in a home playoff game? Dallas has stretches, Jim, where they do this. And when they do this, it is going to be a struggle. I was looking at the score. I didn't get a chance to put it on the game early on. But as soon as I saw what the score was, I was like, okay, it's going to be one of those. I see what's going on.
They're copying the Bruins.
You never know.
And it's a shame because they have more than enough talent. They have no excuse for doing anything with it. It's a shame.
I've been dealing with a shame for 57 years. So.
Well, I remember watching Batman Returns, the Dollar Show, eating milk duds and butter popcorn. My teeth are screaming.
Yes.
There you go. Batman Mask with Phantasm. Yeah, that was one of the Batman movies. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
That's another one. Well, with Justin Bieber down in the Batsuit any day now.
Pretty much. If they
Which
do one
previous
more
Bo-
remake, I'm just going to lose it.
Which previous Bond actor would make the best Batman? There you go. Combining the two. Daniel Craig's a good call, Bob Oozle. It's not bad.
Yeah.
He had a great stormtrooper. You guys know that, right? He was a stormtrooper in the first movie of the new trilogy.
Oh, the episode 1?
No, it would be of the newest trilogy.
Oh, you're talking about the new trilogy.
The new trilogy.
How many
first-
trilogies do we got?
Whatever the
Well,
hell it's
there's
called.
9 movies. There's 9 movies.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So, movie number 6
I never
Right.
watched any of them.
or 7, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. Okay. So number 7, he was a stormtrooper.
Okay, great. Good to know. I did not watch any of the last
Okay.
trilogy.
I
haven't
can't
seen
remember the name of the damn thing.
I haven't watched that.
I don't know. I can't
Yeah.
remember it. What's it? First Daisy Ridley movie? What the hell is it called, folks?
I don't know. Yeah, whatever that one is. Episode
And
7.
Daniel Craig plays a stormtrooper when she's getting interrogated.
Random. All right, fair enough. I like this. Orlando says Canadian money is worthless and ugly. I'm like, I wish that were true. That would actually be very funny. It's objectively wrong, but I appreciate your thoughts on this.
It's worth less, yes, and ugly is not really like.
Well, the thing is, Bobby, I'd actually be okay with Canadian money being worthless because then when I take your American money, I would get trillions.
True. Yeah.
Yeah. So because when I'm selling things, I'm getting
And
American
you wouldn't
dollars.
even need fanatic money.
Yeah, like I wouldn't even need Fanatics' money.
That's it.
I need like $50 American, and I buy Ontario.
Pretty much.
So it's objectively incorrect. This is what the American educational system does for you guys. You failed the maths. You fail in the maths because I'm buying shit in American dollars, and I clearly have no problem doing so. It's weird how that works. Mm-hmm. And now the American money is starting to adopt the colors like the Canadian money. So what does it say about you?
Yes. Aren't you guys getting?
Sounds like you're the ones ripping off.
Yes.
I just got the typical green stuff that we've always had. I haven't noticed any change.
Greenback.
You're colorblind, Eric. You should actually try looking. There's color on those bills now.
The new ones, yeah, shiny stuff.
I'll try to pay more attention.
Mm-hmm.
It's been on there. We're for Canada to change the leaf on the flag. We're gonna add some more points to it.
Of course we are.
I'm thinking George Lazenby.
Oh, there you go.
George Lazenby was a Bond for one film. Yes. Jeez. I like the length of this acronym. News alert. Canada had Chisadas to its flag. I probably butchered that, so I don't know.
Oh, cicadas. Those are the damn bugs that are coming out of the ground right now.
If we haven't really seen much on that.
I haven't seen any of it. I think if we get any though, I'm just going to get a big old fan. I'm going to use my Canadian dollars to buy a gigantic fan to blow it into Massachusetts.
So I don't know if Justin is attacking me or not. I couldn't tell by that comment.
Well, he's telling you to kiss his ass. So I don't know.
But first, that's not how you spell trooper. Number one. Number two, if we could just zoom in on this Daniel Craig filmography on the IMBD, you will notice Star Wars Episode 7, The Force Awakens, Stormtrooper, uncredited.
Couldn't even get credited. Dang.
So,
damn it.
My ass can be kissed also.
Wow.
So it seems.
So it would appear. Crazy.
Well, there you go. What do we got here?
Yep, John Wax is also complaining about Canadian currency.
So I have a topic that, you know, if we have a mature discussion about it, I don't think it can get out of hand. But
that's a lead in. Oh my God!
There's some people that have got, you know, over the interwebs have gotten very political and very nasty about it. But
what? It has to do with, people getting political on the internet.
I know. But it has to do with Major League Baseball and them incorporating Negro League stats.
Okay. And
people have a lot of opinions on you know, there's new, you know, all these stats have been added, and now players have been shifted and on statistical categories and
a little bit, but I get your point.
So my opinion of this, and I understand I'm a baseball hater, but
allegedly.
There's two things I do love, and that is sport and history.
Mm-hmm.
The Negro Leagues, I have always, now this is just my opinion, okay? I have always seen as a very special thing, looking at it now, looking back. We know why they existed. We know the prejudice and racism that was there that forced the Negro Leagues to exist. We know there was exceptional talent in that league that never got a chance to be in the major league and play against the very best. Some would argue that the Negro League was better and had better athletes and better players. I disagree greatly with them saying we are now going to take statistics from another league, add them into this league where none of these people played, and now the people that did play in this league, their names are going up and down mostly down the statistical charts.
Mhm.
I can't imagine all of a sudden saying the WHA statistics are going to be added to the NHL. Okay, well, Gretzky just got more goals and more points. Gordie Howe.
There are some statistics where actually they do count them, not for NHL records, but they do count them.
So as a professional hockey,
As a professional hockey,
okay,
yeah.
but I don't know. There could be a guy in the Russian league, who has more goals and points than anybody, than Gretzky does, 2 times over. Who the hell knows, right?
So let me quickly touch on a couple of things here. So I get your general point, and I actually read an article on Major League Baseball where they talked about Hall of Fame players and high-end players who were most impacted. They literally did like different numbers. So they went and looked at it. Do you know how minor most of the modifications were? Willie Mays was credited for additional 10 hits and 0 home runs. So tangibly, let me use your example, the WHA thing. There's 2 differences between the WHA thing and the Negro League thing. Both leagues were in the same country at the same time. Players in the Negro League for the majority of that time were not allowed to play in Major League Baseball.
Correct.
They weren't allowed. It wasn't that they weren't good enough to play; it's that they were not allowed to play.
Correct.
And to your point that you said, then as soon as they removed that restriction, a bunch of players were suddenly able to come over and they were playing, and many of them won MVPs, and so they demonstrated that they were more than capable of playing at that level.
Yep.
And arguably some of the best players were in some of the decades where they were decades away from being able to play. So they were gone or past their prime by the time that Satchel Paige was old by the time he got a chance to pitch a single pitch in the major leagues. And he played into almost his 60s.
Right.
So, Minnie Minoso was a player who was involved in that, who was playing into his 50s and 60s. I think he set the record. I want to say he was like 56 or something when he did his last at bat or whatever it was. But anyway, the point is,
guys like Satchel Paige, no one's really sure how old they actually were.
Yeah. So the point is, though, the differentiator is this. Number one, most of the statistics that you're talking about, it would be like displacing the 457th greatest goal scorer. It's not affecting the top of the league.
Hal Gill?
No,
because there's an all-time new hit king or something.
No, it's average. It's Josh Gibson.
But see, this is again my opinion. I think we're taking away, because we now see the Negro League as something much different than how it was seen when it was active. And I think we're taking something special away from the league and those players by now just throwing them in. It's like, no, you didn't want them then. Now you do. Right. And let's face it. A lot of it is to, try to make white people feel better. No, it is what it is. Don't change history. We look at that league.
The problem, Eric, is that the current history up until that point was the league existed. Yeah, whatever. Who cares? But that was literally that is the current state of the history. You didn't acknowledge it. Didn't count. Basically, literally, Satchel Paige's entire career did not count.
But
until he showed up in Major League Baseball.
But we now look at that league and hold it in high esteem.
Says who?
I think most baseball fans and most
sports. It exists. Major League Baseball's here is basically agreed in a way. It's a PR thing as well. But the reality is the Negro Leagues were not included in the same way. They're in the Hall of Fame. You can see displays, you can see exhibits and all that. But it's like the stats didn't count. Literally, the entire project was based on a bunch of people researching the stats and they didn't have stats. Josh Gibson could hit 1 home run or 50 million home runs. Nobody knows. And the reason I'm using Willie Mays, because Willie Mays is somebody who played many years in the major leagues. He was credited for a whole 10 additional hits. It is known that he hit a home run in the Negro Leagues, but they don't have a box score for it. Therefore, they can't count it. So again, something that occurred that we know. The fact that there is no box score and they can't necessarily attribute it to a specific game is the reason it's not being counted. They had to have box scores to be able to account for it, to be able. So you have his people combing through the history. To your point, without doing this project at all, they're not even looking at it. They just say, yeah, the Negro League existed. Yeah, players played in it. They did stuff. That has been the history of the Negro League up to this point. Your point about them, no, it's not held in any esteem. It's acknowledged. They're actually counting some of the stats in there. And again, it is not having a market difference in baseball history at all. The batting average one is one that I understand it's included in there, but here's the truth. Nobody cares who has the highest career batting average, because a player who meets the minimum amount of at-bats can have a higher batting average than somebody who just played longer. And the batting average is one of the worst stats, because the longer you go, your batting average will drop. You're better off retiring at the bare minimum amount of at-bats to qualify and being done. So, but the rest of the stats, the counting stats, the accumulation stats, in hockey parlance, the goal scoring record would not change. The points record does not change. The main stats, somebody maybe at points per game or goals per game, that's basically what happened.
I hear you. I just,
like I said, I went and looked at the breakdown where they showed the guys most affected by it, and it's very minor for most of those guys.
It's not even my point. I don't even care. I don't care if the Negro League takes the top 10 spots in every single category.
But they didn't. My point is that they didn't. It did not have that kind of an impact.
We separated them then for the wrong reasons. I think we should separate them now for the right reasons and hold them in the esteem that they deserve, and keep this a historical event in our time. I don't think it makes any sense, especially if you're looking at it with a political eye, that this is really just some guilty white people doing some very far left stuff. And it doesn't make any sense to me. And I hold the Negro League, those players and what they accomplished, what they had to go through, I hold them in high esteem. I think, stuff like, Willie O'Ree, who I had the pleasure of meeting, a few weeks ago, and listening to what he went through. I can't imagine it. I think, there's Jackie Robinson, I think heroic could be argued, that term could be used for these gentlemen. I don't think we get to say, oh no, we're going to add you. And it's like, no, screw you. You don't get to add us.
No, you do. You can, if you can do that. So like I said, the distinction. So I'll use Dufex's point here about Ichiro and the all-time hits stat. Some people will try to credit him with all-time hits. I won't. So Carlos, but a second ago you said you had no problem with this one, and that the difference is that Ichiro was eligible from the moment he was a rookie to play in the Major League Baseball. There was nothing preventing him from playing Major League Baseball from the moment he was a rookie. Nothing. Except accessibility and a desire. He went and he was playing in the Japanese league for those years. But then when the time came and he went to Major League Baseball, he came out of the blocks fast, won Rookie of the Year, won a batting title. Like, very clearly the guy could hit at a Major League level. He got 3,000 hits in the major leagues. So clearly he was more than... So it would stand to reason that in a bunch of years in his 20s, in his prime, he would have also gotten more 200 hit seasons. He probably would have had 4,000 hits in the major leagues if he had just been playing for the major leagues from the get-go. The difference is the Negro League players were not allowed to play. Period. End of story.
Exactly.
And the competition level they were playing at, some of those players were more than major league capable.
Most definitely.
AKA pitchers are major league capable. The hitters are major league capable.
Right.
So you've got a league. So both leagues. And I'll use actually one of the comments here that's really good. So first, Dave says, rules are basically the same, which they were. Personally, I'm glad they compiled the statistics. Not sure I agree on the single season record stuff. That's fine. Totally with you. But there's one more comment I want to touch on here. Let me quickly find it here. Federal League stats count, which is true. And that was a different league entirely as well. So that's another key. But let me make sure I get this one here. Where am I? There was one specific one that I wanted to make sure I read it. Here we go. Hobby Champs. Both leagues played against an inferior talent pool due to segregation. Yes.
Correct.
So in other words, both leagues were diminished by that separation. Again, the Japanese league is different in this case because the league ran in parallel with Major League Baseball. once the Japanese players, which goes back to the 1960s, once the Japanese players were eligible to play, against going back to the 1960s, from the 1960s on, so Sadahiro O, I probably mispronounced that, so I apologize, but Sadahiro O's home run record is not the home run record that Hank Aaron had until Barry Bonds broke it. I know we may or may not like the Barry Bonds thing, but whatever. Fine. Pick Hank Aaron, Barry Bonds, whichever one. Whichever one, though, one of those is considered your home run king in Major League Baseball, not Sadahiro O. Because the Japanese league, while being a high caliber major league, those players are eligible to play in the major leagues. So if a player chooses not to go or doesn't want to go or is not able to go or whatever, that's a different conversation. But they could. The Ichiros have been able to be successful. Shohei Ohtani is very clearly being successful in the major leagues.
Right.
That has not presented a problem for him. So he's very clearly been, we tease and poke fun, but he's clearly more than capable of being a major league caliber player and a high end, having won an MVP. So he's clearly capable of being a top tier player. So whatever stats they compiled in Japan don't need to count, because there was nothing preventing them from coming over to North America other than a desire and accessibility at the time. But they were not prevented. They were allowed to play if they wished. The Negro League players were not. So, and they also played less games. So whatever stats they compiled is honestly tougher to do, especially the accounting stats. So the only stat that I think was really affected was that average, because again, there were less games. But the accounting stats barely moved because they played less games.
If they want to call this professional baseball statistics, then I don't care who they add, subtract, or multiply. If you're saying here are the statistics for this league, and now for political ideology reasons, in my opinion, you're taking this other league and merging them, 70, 80 years later, that makes absolutely no sense to me. They did not play in this league, therefore their statistics should not be added to this league. They had a league. They had it for the wrong reasons, and it's an absolute black mark on our country that whole situation even had to happen. But that doesn't change the fact that it did. And I am a history fan. I do not like changing history because of ideology and feelings. You can't change fact. The fact is they were separate leagues for the wrong reasons, an absolute black mark, horrible, shameful time. But it's a fact. You can't 70 years, 80 years, whatever the hell long it's been, decide, oh, well, we're just going to do this on paper because we feel bad. No. These guys didn't play with those guys, and these guys didn't play with those guys. They should have. I wish that they had. You would have had a much better class of baseball. You would have had, a much healthier nation. Life would have been better. But it did
now, and I'm going to ask a question for you. The Federal League was already cited
of that. So
I'm going to fill you in. This is like the star card.
I just want to be clear and as a precursor say I know nothing of this.
So I'm about to fill you in. So Here we go. So very similar to the star card licensing thing. We're going to fill you in here. It's #scholarship. Here we go.
All right.
The Federal League was a competitor to the American and National League. It existed very briefly, but it was a completely separate league, separate teams, separate players. They signed players. It was very brief. It didn't last very long.
Okay.
But that league existed. And it was players who were major league who went over and played in this rival league. Those statistics count towards Major League Baseball. They did not play against major league players.
Now you're talking WHA and ABA.
But the thing is they count. They are counted in the major league totals. Some players went. So I'll use Eddie Plank, who was a pitcher, as an example. 305 games in the American League, 21 more in one season. He is cited at 326 wins, which includes his Federal League totals. It is included in his totals, and he's a Hall of Famer.
If you're in the Hall of Fame as a professional baseball player, great. If your statistics are being calculated as a professional baseball player, great. If you're saying these are the records for this league and you did not play in that league, that makes no sense to me.
The problem is, though, he won 21 games in the Federal League in that one season, and those count. His
And-
totals were 305 wins in the American League, 21 wins in the Federal League.
What
That is
years-
326.
what years-
His total win total is 326.
What years is this happening? I don't.
This
I
is
know
happening in
nothing.
1916.
1916.
Sorry, 1915. He played in that league.
1915. I don't know how was Major League Baseball an official league? Did they have the National and American leagues?
Yes.
Okay.
The American League and the National League were the major leagues. The Federal League was a different thing.
And then I will have the exact same argument, but with less compassion. I just say, hell no, that's fucking stupid.
But it's already been counted. It has been in the record for decades.
And that doesn't change my opinion, which all this is an opinion.
No, but all I'm getting at is that we've literally already done this. The precedent has been set. We have already accounted for this.
This is not encouraging me to like baseball. As someone who hates it, finds something wrong with it constantly, you have just given me more ammunition to hate this sport and Major League Baseball. So by your scholarship, which I appreciate because I always want to learn about stuff, especially the history of sports. I knew nothing of this, nor was I ever interested in learning about it until tonight. It makes absolutely no sense. It shouldn't exist. And that is fucking stupid.
Well, unfortunately, the president, again, has been set.
I'm adding WHA stats. Gordie Howe is the all-time leader in everything. Go fuck yourself.
No, including WHA stats, Gretzky's still ahead of him.
No way. Gretzky played like 1 year at 18 for
He did.
He played,
but he also scored almost 100 goals more.
I'd have to look that one up. I don't know about that. How played it in the WHA for a year from 72 to 79.
I think Gretzky only played 11 games in the.
There's no effing way.
No, he played an entire season in Edmonton as a WHA team.
He got traded. He was in Indianapolis Racers, and then he went to Edmonton.
And the first year in Edmonton was completely WHA. They were in the AVCO Cup. They were in the AVCO Cup.
79 was the transition. But
Gretzky played in an AVCO Cup. That's the WHA championship. I'll pull it up for you guys.
I'm not remembering it that way. And Howe played almost a freaking decade in the league. There's no way Gretzky had more points than him in one season.
Well, more points than him, he destroys him. Points. The points is not even a discussion. We're talking about goals. Yeah, so anyway, Gretzky played 78-79 Edmonton, WHA. 43 goals, 61 assists, 104 points in the WHA. Not counting his Indianapolis, which he also had 3 goals, 3 assists. So 110 points in the WHA to add to his NHL totals.
And Howe must have had more than that.
He did, but Gretzky also had more goals than him in the NHL too.
Well, yeah, but you're saying Gretzky had 46 goals total in his WHA career.
In the WHA, yes.
Howe had more than 46 goals in almost a decade of play.
Yes, but Gretzky had over 90 goals more in the NHL. So you're talking about making up a difference. So I'll pull up what the Gordie Howe one is.
I'm just talking about the WHA. I thought you said Gretzky had more points in the WHA than.
No, I'm talking about combined.
Oh,
you talk about you said adding it in. So if we're adding it in, we're combining it.
I don't know. I don't know what the totals are, but anyway.
Yeah, his totals are 975 if you include his WHA and NHL goals. 975.
And what's Howe's? Do you have any idea?
No, that's Howe's. 975.
Okay.
So actually, no, I'll give it to you. His goals. So Gordie would surpass him in goals barely if I include the WHA.
That's what I thought.
But
So-
Gretzky has more in combined WHA, NHL, and playoff.
All right.
Because he broke that record.
And now let's add Canada Cup, and then we'll add.
Gretzky's already ahead of him as soon as I add playoffs. As soon as I add playoffs, he's
just,
already ahead of him.
The point is just, I'm just focusing on the federal. Is it federal?
It's called the Federal League. Yes.
Yeah, that's just complete bullshit. And if I'm a true Major League Baseball fan, I'm fighting against this stuff. This is utterly ridiculous. You never played in the league, but somehow your stats count in that league. That doesn't make any sense. So forget about the Negro League, and we're doing it because of feelings. There's no feelings involved with the Federal League. That's just fucking stupid.
But it also
I want all of Dr. J. Listen, I want all of Dr. J's stats from the ABA now in the NBA. I want Wilt Chamberlain's Harlem Globetrotter numbers added to his NBA stats. As you know, that dude must have had a shitload of points in the Harlem Globetrotters.
Hey, make the pitch.
That's it, man. That's how it is. But
here's so Dave here is adding something accurate. The American Association is counted, which is also another league. The Players League is counted, which is also another league. The Union Association is counted, which is another league. Because in the early days, before Major League Baseball, remember, Cap Anson's stats count, and Cap Anson predates the major leagues. He predates the American and the National League. So, but Cap Anson was the first 3,000 hit player ever. And he didn't play in what today is the major leagues for the majority of his career.
And if you want to say he's a Hall of Famer because of professional baseball stats, I am all in. I'm leading that parade. If you're telling me he's the, the all-time hit king in Major League Baseball, where you got that red, white, and blue patch on the shoulder with the bat up there, I'm calling bullshit.
Hey, man, that's not my problem.
In the league,
Eric, it's not my problem. The reality is, though, if we remember, Bobby, help me out here. Did Eric not say that we can't ignore history?
Mm-hmm.
He said his argument was we can't ignore history. Historically, we have allowed leagues that fall outside of the American and National League to count for the stats. It has already been done. And so it is said, so it is done, so it is written.
Therefore, right. So I've been very clear. First of all, this is all just an opinion. Second, I didn't know any of that. I don't study baseball. I hate it since 1986. When I saw those freaking Mets celebrating that, I have fucking hated baseball ever since.
So he's a bitter man is what he is.
Okay?
A bitter man.
Fuck the Mets. Fuck Gary Carter, Keith Hernandez, Mookie Wilson.
Somewhere out there, Big Scott is like, I resemble that remark. How dare you?
Fuck them all right? Calvin Schiraldi, Bruce Hurst, Roger Clemens, Wade Boggs, Dwight Evans, Spike Owen, Mike Boddicker. They can all suck it too. All right. So I didn't know any of that. So yeah, if the league has a history of allowing other leagues to join them, and that's the direction that league is taken. All it does is show me yet again, this is the dumbest freaking sport and the dumbest freaking league. This is the same.
Or the NHL is trash for not acknowledging the WHA, worthless pieces of trash.
No, they should not acknowledge it at all.
They should. Mark Tardif begs to differ, sir. Mark Tardif begs to differ.
Robbie Fatorik would love to have his stats added.
And he should.
He was
Bobby, as far as I'm concerned, WHA stats count.
Yeah, well, Robbie Fatorik needs to go into the Hall of Fame then, because
I doubt even with those stats. I don't think even with those stats. I don't think that's going to happen.
Massachusetts owned Robbie Fatorik, Hall of Fame.
SP signature legend, Robbie Fatorik,
Hall of Fame.
He was the Phoenix Roadrunners, man. Come on, that's another league.
That's my opinion. I thank you for the education and the hashtag scholarship. I now see that there's a history of doing this. I did not see that before.
There is.
I still think it's bullshit. I'm completely against it. It does not make any sense whatsoever. If you never played in a league, for whatever the reason, good, bad, or indifferent, you should not be included in that. I played college soccer. Does my statistics from my college soccer career go into the MLS?
I feel that your 1 goal, 1 assist, and several penalty minutes, which is weird
Wouldn't
because of
make a
soccer.
difference.
I think it should count.
Fine. Then
I'll allow it.
That I want
Bobby, I will allow it.
NCAA. Excuse me. I want my NCAA statistics from 1992 and 1993 and 1994.
You don't even know what year, you bastard. Remember, by the way, pause. For the record, in order for the Negro League stats to count, remember what I said earlier. They actually had to make sure that you had proper breakdowns of the actual games. You needed the less box scores because there were stats that we know that should have counted, but do not. They are not counted as part of this project because they could not locate valid box scores. So they did not count them, even though we know that they occurred based on newspaper accounts, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
There are official NCAA statistics somewhere in a drawer, in a musty
drawer in your house,
in a musty basement,
buried underneath cyclocross statistics.
And I want my NCAA soccer statistics in MLS right next to Messi.
Were they done in a notepad that are sitting underneath your cyclocross statistics in pencil?
It's possible. It's just what I said is ludicrous. I never played in the MLS. Why should my statistics be put in there?
Because no one gives a shit. Bobby, I'll allow it.
It's stupid. It's fucking stupid.
My rack bogus cash should damn well count in PBA. Damn right, Bob Lizzle. Damn right. Damn right. I'm Spartacus. We're all Spartacus.
It's stupid.
I didn't say anything.
I never played in the MLS. My stats shouldn't go there. It's so stupid.
The only thing I can say is that WHA stats should not count towards the NHL. Separate league. That's all. I know hockey. I'll stay there.
Yeah, I agree.
Like I said, they've done it their way up until this point. Like I said, each one of the leagues has done its own version of it. The NBA, well, I can't even say NBA. The Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame is the Basketball Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
So you can be your international, it can be whatever. And the totality of your career, professional, amateur, international, all of it is taken into account when they select their Hall of Famers. That's how they do it. That's a
collective. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's a collective. So the NHL has decided to make a distinction between the two, which is fair. Major League Baseball, though, again, using historical precedents, has done this because there have been so many rival leagues that cropped up simultaneously that it created this weird murky. Because we had the early days of baseball was a Wild West. We had a ton of leagues, and all those stats count because as long as the caveat has always been, can we locate valid box scores? Can we locate the data to confirm? Because otherwise we don't count it.
Yeah,
if we can actually find the information, yes, then if it was accounted for and documented somewhere in a valid place, we count it. That's why I say the Cap Ansons in the entire early era of the game would be completely unaccounted for were it not for this acceptance. Baseball is unique in that way because it had that thing going for it. And because they did that so early on and they were able to capture that early on, those early pioneer players were accounted for. So then again, in the 1910s, when a rival league cropped up, they count those stats. There are Hall of Famers whose stats were bolstered by that because they played in that league. It was a short-lived league. The Federal League, I want to say, was like 3 seasons. It wasn't long. But if you're a Hall of Fame player, again, I used an example. Eddie Walsh. I think it was Eddie Walsh. One of them I used. Anyway, the point is that he's a Hall of Fame already. Hall of Famer regardless. 300 wins regardless. It just added another 21 wins to his total. So it took him from 305 to 326. But he's a Hall of Famer either way. But, it counts. But they've done this already. The NBA decided not to do that. But if you're a Hall of Famer, the ABA stuff counts.
The ABA
so for the Hall of Fame, it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. And because they decided to create a separate league. The AFL and NFL has always been a weird one because eventually they merged. They literally, and by the way, the WHA also merged.
Not all the teams, no.
No, but the ABA, not all the teams either. So it's one of those things where it's like, it's these players played in this league professionally, in tandem with the NBA, but then eventually there was a merger, and some of the teams carry over and exist to this very day in the current NBA. Same as the WHA, some of these teams exist to this very day. In some cases, in multiple iterations, they changed multiple times, but they still exist in some format or some capacity compared to what the original was. Stuff changed. It's weird. So I don't know.
That's the NHL expansion at that point, right?
Yeah.
That's the 79-80 expansion. We had a lot of different expansion through the 70s. And the WHA had a lot of different teams that came and go one season.
They did.
And then it was just, and I think that's probably why the demise of the WHA happened. They couldn't maintain the populace of fans coming to the games. None were televised. Isn't that amazing? You wonder why there's no popularity behind it, because they weren't even televised. There's like very little historical record of any video of games in the WHA. It's amazing.
I have the DVD that has most of those games.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you do.
They made a box set. They made a little steel
of what they
box
have.
Set.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, what they have. One of them is one of the Avco Cups. They have one of the championship games in there that
those
included
those
as one of the few surviving. Yeah,
that's it. Yeah, so it's really tough. So
Eric, I can personally account for certain specific goals that were scored. I'll make some notes and I'll let you know who scored some goals.
All right,
in the WHA, because I've got a couple of games. I can pull back the video and we'll pull clips.
Hey, I'm all in.
I just appreciate this comment. Eric's comparing himself to Josh Gibson. He totally is. And what he went through. Yes. Eric is kind of gross. At the best of times.
Listen, that's just silly.
No, I think it's exactly what you said. I think he's representing you.
That is nothing what I said. And
that is 100% what you said.
Utterly ridiculous.
These are facts. These are utter facts. And you should be ashamed, Eric.
Ashamed. No, I stand by everything I said.
Yes, all things wrong.
Yeah.
All things horrific.
Yeah.
It's disgraceful.
Right.
The American League and National League also kind of merged together to a degree. Yes. They did operate separate. So actually, you know what? CC indirectly, though, was making an interesting point. And
but
this
they
is
were
historically
very parallel in a sense of
they were, but the National League was started well before the American League. The American League was actually a rival league. And then eventually they kind of agreed to be the major leagues. So you have the World Series starting in 1903. But the National League goes back to the 1800s. And the American League doesn't start up until much later.
Well, you have the NHA and the NHL.
Exactly.
1917, they come in and things change a lot.
Eventually, that's why there was so much murkiness. Because even by the Federal League era, by the 1914, 1915, basically World War I era, by that point, the American League and the National League were barely established as working together for the World Series. They had barely just started doing it. They were barely a decade into it. And even then, the rules were changing because the first World Series, I want to say, was like best of 9 or something like that. Like it wasn't the same. So even those rules. So think, Eric, the first World Series was played with more games than the modern World Series. So it's a different sequencing of games, different version. But by the way, all the leagues have done this.
Oh yeah,
this went from a best of 5 to a best of this. They went to this version. They did single game playoffs, but all those stats still count. And we keep changing the rules, but all the stats keep counting. We still have to keep adding.
It's kind of difficult when you talk about early times for NHL or the NHA because they played the Challenge Cup, so they would win the cup, and then they would go play against some other team for that cup, and then that team would go on to play another team for the challenge of the same. So it was a Challenge Cup, so it's almost irrelevant in that sense. So the NHA is kind of almost out of it. Everything started in 1917 really for the NHL, and I think the records even prior to that, nobody's really kept great records prior to pre-war 1910 stuff. So it's almost irrelevant to that degree. But there was leagues going on. They were playing in 1870, whatever. So, and the cup was awarded. But it was a Challenge Cup. So it's a little different. But we can start from 1917 and go forward. That's when it's official. Some of the stats will come from the NHA through the 3 different years or 4 different years that they played. Otherwise, the leagues they weren't even the league. It was just a lot of single leagues doing their own thing, right? Small teams and the changeover of management and teams going from one city to the next city to one state to the next state. It was just insane. Until the 1917 when everything kind of really came together.
Yeah, exactly.
But this current league, the NHL league,
Yes,
has been around since 1924.
1917.
The
First
16 league was
NHL. In 1920, that's when the
6 teams started this current version of the league. 1924.
they entered.
I think, though, to your point, playing into it, though, whatever, 1917, 1924. The point is that you've got that era, and then after 67, you don't have a 6-team league anymore. You literally fundamentally change the structure of the league. You double the amount of teams. You completely shift the talent pool. It's almost like, do you even count anything prior to 67? Because it's a different league. It's a different sport, basically.
Well, how do you go now? We're up to like 82 games in a season. If someone says, someone's the all-time goal scoring season champion, and it's like you got 2 more games than Gretzky did.
Go back to 71, they had 72 games.
Yeah,
You go back to 60.
asterisks, baby.
Yeah. So we've played. But my point here is that we've played a lot of weird games, and frankly, to be perfectly blunt, just so we're all on the same page. So first, I'm going to read Dave's comment, but I want to also make a separate point. Again, also being serious, totally serious. Dave here says only league games with box scores count. Yeah, that's why I mentioned also as well. Like, by the way, to their credit, I do appreciate that they did make a distinction where they could get box scores. I did appreciate that because at least it meant there's a little bit more hashtag scholarship in it. They didn't just willy-nilly cherry pick stats to add them in, which is good. And also there was a point made, I believe, from Dave, it might have been somebody else, I apologize, that they've been working on this project since 2000. They had spent more than 20 years working on this prior to giving their findings and coming into this now. They've been working on this for a while. So to tell you that they've actually taken the time to compile these statistics prior to saying anything about anything related to it. So I do appreciate that fact. I do appreciate it because there were a lot of barnstorming tours and exhibitions and separate, which is considered its own thing. But one thing I did want to make a point, and all the leagues got this weirdness. Again, any league that's been around long enough and has a long history has got this. Look, my thing, in my contention, and this, Bobby will appreciate this. We've got our Canadian Football League, and we've got the Grey Cup, which has been around for more than 100 years. Frankly, I'm deeply disturbed that we're not fully counting the full history of it. I want to account and fully account for all the Grey Cups won by the Toronto Balmy Beach.
There you go. They were big.
I'm a big Toronto Balmy Beach supporter. So I'm
a big
fan.
A hockey team too, which we did very well.
Bobby, like, this is what I'm trying to say. Like, truly greats. We got to appreciate the Toronto Balmy Beach. It's very important. I feel.
Well, see, Eric, it goes back to 1917. That's when it all started with the, actually the Toronto arenas, the previous, and then the Toronto St. Pat's, and then Toronto Maple Leafs in 1927. But that night, the first Stanley Cup awarded in 1917 to that league, and it was Toronto that actually won the first one, which is great. But then the names changed, but they still stayed as the Toronto. I always said that, they do a 100-year anniversary, and it's really 1917, not 27. So, they've used but the Toronto Maple Leafs, they've used 1917. And I went, no, they're not the Leafs. And I always see that 100-year moniker. It's wrong. But,
Toronto St. Pat's, right?
The arenas first for about 2-3 years, and then the St. Pat's for 2 years, and then Toronto Maple Leafs. And Toronto Maple Leafs are named after the Toronto Maple Leaf baseball team. How's that? Because Conn Smythe and all the other boys were all kind of affiliated. You have J.P. Bickle in there doing some financing. It was just, different times. A lot of teams were changing, coming into the league, leaving the league. 1924, 25, you got like 6 teams, and then you got 10 teams in the next year. It's just, there's a lot of things going on in the NHL. And people say original 6 was really 1946 to 67, right? That's your original 6 era. But prior to that, it's a crapshoot. People coming and going. St. Louis Falcons, and Detroit Cougars, and all these other NHL teams that only lasted a year or two. So a lot of changing up, going back to the 20s and the 30s. So, like I said, 1946 is the official. Right after the war was the original 6 to 1967, obviously.
Sure. Sounds good. Let me read a couple of comments here. I'll get caught up. So 1914, 1915, everyone's stats in baseball should have improved because the Federal League drew players from other leagues. Yeah, because they were competing as a competing league. They did draw other players. It diluted the competition, which is true. As soon as you do that, you're pulling from the other leagues and diluting the competition. By including those stats without adjustments, made all stats in the era less accurate. which is a fair criticism. Hoops and Homer says, stir that pot. I would never. Man of peace.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I think as long as we can all agree. So this is very important, though. This pair of comments is extremely important. As long as we all agree that Tom Lysiak,
thank you.
Listen, I'm appreciating.
Oh, he helped out on that one.
I'm appreciating the phonetic spelling. Look, Tom is legendary in this channel. Tom is legendary. Yeah, as Tom Lysiak was the greatest hockey player of all time. We should be good. Look, I'm fine with it. I'll allow it. NFL and AFL merged and stats are merged. No one cares now. So that is actually a good point. I did mention briefly did touch on the NFL one. They do recognize all the records from the AFL, which is a completely separate league, which was merged into the NFL. So like Joe Namath's stats don't suddenly disappear from prior to them merging. They do count the stats.
See, this is where I do have a problem with a lot of things. If you go back to the time frames of certain leagues, certain eras, especially in the pre-war era, you're looking at them playing 40 games or 23 games or whatever, and now they're playing 80 games. How can you compare a scoring record? It's not amortized. So how do you go forward and say, oh, he's the greatest scorer of all, when, Howie Morenz was probably the greatest scorer of all, or there's others, Joe Malone, whatever. There's a lot of different guys. Threw that in there for you. Yannick. Yeah. So you can't compare errors. I really don't believe it. I think that has skewed everything. I think that is real big change is, within that league, within their playing era. Those are the things that have to be there. If we change leagues from the NHA to the NHL, the NHA is its own set of, records going into the NHL. It changes. Things go forward. And then the decades go on too. So you're playing how many games? 80. Gretzky's playing 78 games back in 79 when he comes in. But the other guys only did 40 games. Like how is that even fair? It isn't. Yes. Oh, he's the greatest goal scorer of all time. Yeah, but he played like 5 times as many games as everybody else prior to him. Just saying.
Every time they add games, there should be a new set of statistics should be.
It should be recalibrated, really, to a degree.
Yeah. I will say though, just we're 100% on this. So Gretzky was playing in an 80 game era.
Yes. Okay.
So 80. So still, you can.
That's
it's close enough to the current
end. Yeah.
Yeah, it's close enough to the current era that it's not far off.
But 71, it was 72 games.
Agreed. No, agreed. That part agreed. So 2 things. I want to read Bob Boozle's here. Someone else can save Abe Lincoln. If I go back in time, I'm fixing all this mess. We're starting with 30 diverse MLB teams in 1876. I think that's the serious way to go.
I just want to let you know that the California Golden Seals lost.
I figured that's the direction we're going. Unlike, so I'm going to call them out. Unlike Bobbles and Fairweather, who runs away when the team is struggling. I actually didn't get a chance to start the feed while we were going on, but then I saw it was already 3-0. I'm like, wow, there's no point in me tuning in now. It's already pretty brutal. It's already kind of so. I did not abandon. I didn't get a chance to start. As soon as I saw this, I'm like, oh shit, yeah, we're not doing that. So what was the final score?
3-1.
So Dallas did score a goal. Okay, so it was 3-0 when I saw it on the little score.
Who scored?
I don't know who scored.
No. Which team? You said Dallas. I don't know. I don't know any Dallas.
Dallas.
I know California Golden Seals.
Shit.
Yeah, let me see. Let me see what we got here. I'm curious. Wyatt Johnston, freaking kid, is doing good. It's his 10th goal of the playoffs. He's killing it. Fortunately, he was the only one who did anything. Friggin' Ryan Nugent-Hopkins? God damn. Really?
From the Edmonton Oil Kings.
Wow.
Yeah. By the way, they were both power play goals, which should tell you that they need to stay away from the power play. Yikes. Yeah. 2 of those were power play goals. Dang. So anyway, goals per game, Carlisle is saying, which is fair. That's why per game stats. So I think that's fair. I think if you're trying to compare goal scorers, the per game is interesting. But that also brings in so I don't disagree, by the way. Look, there's different conversations, okay? So I'll make a distinction here. If somebody says, who's the greatest goal scorer of all time? I'm more inclined to say Mike Bossy.
I would too.
Why? Because I'm looking at the amount of time he got to play and what he was actually doing during the time he was playing.
Sure.
He was putting up like ridiculous goal scoring totals, and he basically had to retire at 30. Basically, his back gave out and was done. But like, all you got to do is look at the body of work during. It wasn't like 1 or 2 seasons where he just was playing, scoring a couple of goals here and there. There are guys throughout history who scored 50 goals or even 60 goals for a season or two, and then fizzled, and that was the end of that. But Bossy was doing it year after year after year, and then also winning championships. So like, they were doing all the things, and he just was going, and suddenly he had to stop. Like, he was just like, it was like hitting a brick wall. He just suddenly, and it was done. He didn't get a chance to decline. He didn't have the opportunity to decline. He basically hit the wall, and that was the end of that.
Howie Morenz, Maurice Richard, we can really compare a lot. If you go back to how many games, amortize that through to how the average, put those games in there, and then you can really compare. I think that's a great thing to really do, is nobody's really done that, to really take the old games per, the points per average, and then take that and then, do the maths and see where they stand against Gretzky or whoever else you want. And I think that would prove a little bit. It's not exact. It can never be exact. But I mean, at least it's even at that point. We're comparing even here, because Howie Morenz was the best player of all time back then. He was the Babe Ruth. That's what he was called back then. So, like, how good was he? Maybe we should do that math one time.
Oh, I think also one thing we got to factor in, and this is important. So since we've been having this discussion tonight, why not? We'll include it. But like, let's use Ruth. He represents the changeover between the dead ball era and the live ball era. That was a factor. Like, we changed the equipment. Like, this is kind of important. That seems relevant. It seems like something that should be noted. A completely different change in the game. So, because all you got to do is look at where Ruth wound up versus where the players were prior to that. And Ruth is like hitting more than entire teams in home runs. Like, there's a big discrepancy here.
Sure.
And then eventually it does correct. Eventually we kind of even this out a little bit. But for a little while there, he has a big advantage given that he's doing something that the rest of the league was not operating in that sphere as the equipment changed, as we had that changeover.
But they still operated at the same time.
They did, but I think you also have to remember that we had, at the time he was starting to do that, there were a bunch of players who were used to the dead ball era, where the style of the game was to put it in play. They were swinging to put it in play strategically. That's what they were basically taught to do, because that's what it was. But the ball allowed you to go for it and to swing for the fences, whereas Ruth was taking advantage of that right away.
Sure,
and that was changing the approach to the plate.
I don't think it'd be that difficult to change that approach at that point, because I'm sure a lot of them were watching Ruth anyways and seeing what he was doing, so it wasn't too hard for them to figure that out.
It was, but they weren't doing it. But they were stubbornly clung on to it for a while, because when Ruth basically broke his early records, the next closest wasn't close. Like, they weren't trying to do that. He was the only one who was really aiming to do that at that time.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah,
but they all
had
kind of equal opportunity, which is
they had equal opportunity.
Yeah, so technically, it doesn't really hold water, but it's pertinent for sure.
Yeah, but the thing is, prior to that start, Ruth was still there when they still had that dead ball, and as soon as they made that changeover, it was significant. The changeover was massive, because it almost overnight. I've got it here in front of me. In 1919, he led the league with 29 home runs. The prior year, in 1918, he led the league with 11 home runs. He still led the league. Then in 1920, 54 home runs. We went from 11 to 29 to 54 in consecutive seasons.
The 1940s, they go from 2 blockers to a goalie having a glove, like a baseball glove. Big change. Big, significant change. Because now you're covering it up. Now you can catch it. Before, it was just blocking. Then you could catch it with your bare hand. But I mean, there's all these little changes. And it's the nuance is phenomenal. You can't compare eras. You can't. We just can't do it. We can say that Gretzky is the greatest of all time. I get that. But I don't think you can take away from the other players who played probably might have been better. And to say that is a tough thing, but I think it's an honest thing to say. I think it's like Howie Moran's like, you ever see his card go? You know, he was a superstar. The Babe Ruth, I don't think Gretzky was called the Babe Ruth. But anyways, we'll move on.
Yeah, I think though and again, sticking with the theme that we've been talking about the last little bit, I think the problem with a lot of these leagues is, if we're being honest about it, you're having to do these distinctions between these different eras.
Sure.
Because every time you make a substantial change, not a small change, a substantial change, it completely affects it. And this is a conversation I had with Dakota and some other of the football guys, because I told them, I go, the problem that football has is it's got all these distinct eras. And the problem is that's why, they always say, like, why does nobody acknowledge like the leather helmet, the greats of the leather helmet era, and then this era? And I go, because they're playing a different sport. It's a completely different version of the sport comparatively.
And nobody's 400 pounds.
Yeah, but it's called football in name only, because we don't even have the forward pass at the outset. And then we add the forward pass, but we're still like acclimating to it. And then we're adjusting. And then we adjust again. And then we've got pre-merger and post-merger, pre-Super Bowl, post-Super Bowl. And even in the early Super Bowl eras, the 1970s and the 1980s do not resemble the latter portion of the 1980s. You've got Dan Marino breaking all the records in 1984. It's a completely different version. This is that late, mid to late 80s, 90s era. But that's a completely different sport where Joe Montana's dominating versus the 1990s versus, so now you got Brett Favre. And then you go into the 2000s and now it's Brady, and all of a sudden the passing records are getting broken every 27 minutes because it's a completely, it might as well be a different sport again. We changed it again.
Almost.
It's well, like, so you
hockey with goalie masks, that changed the game. Goalies were, they wouldn't go down and put their face in. Like Bauer did, and a few other guys, obviously Jacques Plante, that's like he invented the mask because his face got all jacked up. But that gave the goalies that much more confidence. Unbelievable amount. You got something to protect your face. Oh my God. That's why that goalie mask collections are just like, these guys pay big money for masks. And that changed the game completely. Again, through the 60s and more so in the 70s, I would say. Yeah. Because everybody wore a mask, and everybody wears a mask today. Nobody's going out there without a mask or a helmet.
Who wore the first modern cage mask?
Boy, that's tough.
Got
that's
away from the I think it was like
Patrick Waugh-ish.
Yeah.
A little bit before. Oh no. Oh, the cage mask, or the
something off
with the helmet.
Something off their face. Instead of having that fiberglass on your face.
Billy Smith, maybe.
Yeah.
I'd have to go back to the early days. Yeah, somewhere in the 70s there. The late 70s, mid to late 70s, yeah.
I was thinking Billy Smith, but, I'm not 100% sure.
That's a good trivia question.
It's something that was finally, who was the first one that said, listen, this is a lot better than not wearing one, but when this thing hits me in the face, it's still breaking my cheekbone. It's still knocking my teeth out.
Yeah.
It's still giving me a concussion.
Yeah, I know. Well, Lefty Wilson was designing helmets, so they were getting more padding. They were designing it a little bit more away from the face, because the first ones, pretzel masks and all these, Jacques Plante even went in business. He had his own goalie masks.
Yeah.
So it evolved to a certain place, and I think that went to, hey, let's go for a mask so it's not up against my face and I don't lose peripheral vision. When the guy's coming. So things changed. A lot of things changed. By the time the 80s, Carlos, with Gretzky era, he came in, the equipment's pretty sophisticated. Joe was coming out with lightweight stuff, and he's promoting it. So many things have changed. They're at 80 games. Perfect time, perfect era for him.
Yeah, but that's why I said the 1980s is kind of its own beast. It's different. Like a lot of things changed.
The
gameplay was changing. The gameplay was changing. Yes. And then also after the 1980s and after the early 90s, when they legalized defense in the NHL, it was a big change. They suddenly decided, hey, we should try defense. That's good. Hey, defense is a good idea. Yeah, that's a good idea. We should try that. And that completely changed the game. Gretzky had good timing, because defense was illegal at that time. I think he had like a 2-minute minor for playing defense. It was terrible.
Well, he did have the good defense back in the day. We had the Larry Robinsons and there's a lot of people back then. But they were big, tall guys who just kind of stood there and didn't do much. Not too many goals.
Yeah, Dennis Potvin, Ray Bork, Brad Park, they sucked.
Well, that's why during that era there was like 47 goals per game. Yes, so they did a great job. Great job. I'm glad they were there. Thank goodness. Otherwise, it would have been 86 goals per game.
Maybe.
Thank goodness. Yeah. Dave here says 1920 Ruth had 54 home runs. No other team had more than 50, which is true. In 27 he had 60. Yeah, it was a big gap. I actually looked up 1920.
Ruth is a phenomenon, though.
No, but that's what I mean. He was the first to take advantage of the live ball. In 1920, when he hit 54 home runs, the next closest was 19. Like there was still a very large gap. So it wasn't like nobody hit home runs, but it was a gap. It was a very large gap. Yes. The NFL just added a 17th game. So that is, again, the NFL is about to take a change because now you're going to have 17 game records. So it allows certain players to pump up the stats even more.
That shouldn't go towards, that should be amortized back if you're going to compare. It really should. Like, honestly, if it was 17 games and you're playing 18 games this year, that 17 games and you take the average, you have to give them that extra game in there somewhere. You have to take that average, you point whatever, and add it to the stat, or take it away from the stat of the other player. Because I think that changes everything. Really,
it can.
If you're a rusher,
it does.
If you're a rusher and you get an extra game, I mean, you
make those extra 5 yards to beat the guy. Yeah, exactly. Right.
Otherwise, well, this is what makes it so. I want to touch on that.
Everything's the same.
Since you brought it up, I want to touch on something here. So Abby Champs is also saying the NFL is adding an 18th game within the next 2 seasons. So apparently it's a done deal.
Yeah.
So it's going to be. So we had 16 games for a while, 17 games now, 18 potentially the next couple of years. And what's funny is that the first 2,000-yard rusher was everybody's favorite, swell fella, O.J. Simpson.
Yep.
That was in a 14-game season. 2,000 yards in a 14-game season.
Go figure.
Which if you take then per game, is still the most impressive record.
It is.
Because the other 2,000-yard guys had more games.
Well, I guess it should be maybe then, per game, they have this average and they have this average. Even though they had more to play, they could lose more. They could lose because they couldn't get any gainage on, the extra game. So it could take away or add. So that's what basically it should be added into, is take that average. You did 2,000 yards and divided into how many games? 14 games. So do the math, and then they're playing 17, 18 games. Then that has to be done there too. And that creates the best, I guess, or at least numbers that we can associate to. It's better if you play more games, but not always, right? Because you could have 3 bad games at the end of the season, and that screwed your whole totals up, right?
Yeah. Based on that premise, Bobby, then O.J. Simpson holds the record with 143.1 yards per game in 1973.
141. Okay.
143.
That's the average, right? For all his.
That was his average per game.
So, do they base it on that, or do they base it on anything else?
No, they do it on totals. But I'm saying if you take the per game, he would be the record holder with 143.1 per game.
He should be. And the
next highest is Jim Brown in 63 with 133.1. So O.J. Simpson averaged 10 more yards per game rushing in his season, which is impressive. That's extremely impressive.
Yeah, well, people got bigger too. If you ever look at those old football players, you go, really? They're skinny. They're small. And that changed the game too, because you got bigger guys, bigger linesmen, guys who could run in the background. The cornerbacks were, a different thing. It was something new, and there was a lot of different things that changed. So, it's a very hard thing to compare. So, and that's.
And I don't care what anybody says. You can take a statistic, shove them up your ass. The GOAT, greatest running back of all time. Just an absolute freak.
Moon?
Barry Sanders.
What's funny though? If we take Bobby's average, if we take the average, then he would be basically in the top 10 for a season. Because he is 128.3 yards per game was his best season in 1997. That was his best season.
He was that good playing for shitty ass Detroit. Imagine if he played someplace good.
Then there's the age-old question that ends everything. The best goalie in the league playing on the worst team is the worst goalie in the league. You got teams. Look at Oilers had everybody. Boston 71-2, 69. They had everybody.
Well, that's why I kind of look in all
Is it
seriousness. That's
fair?
why I weigh.
No,
That's
it'd
why I
never be
weigh
fair.
that Edmonton team in a very interesting place because in addition to Gretzky being a great player, and again in the conversation, Gretzky
Addition to the
was
extra games, addition to the better equipment, addition to the
in addition
a lot
to
of
these, in
additions
addition
there.
to one of the scariest offensive teams ever compiled,
Yeah.
with players who put up ridiculous statistics with or without Gretzky, and won Stanley Cups with or without Gretzky. So clearly a decent team. Let's say decent for the sake of argument. Let's say decent. They managed. They're okay. So one of the most offensive defensemen. A guy who was second in points all time, who is not Gretzky.
Mhm.
Another guy, Yari Curry, 600 goal scorer. Glenn Anderson. Like there was plenty of talent on that team in addition to Wayne Gretzky, who only added to that. So a couple of comments here I'll read. Bob Jackson, wasn't goaltending illegal too? Yeah, in the 80s, definitely. Goaltending was illegal. It wasn't allowed. Some of the teams would have been better with one of those goalie cutout things in that. It would have kept the goals against the lower.
Maybe.
It would have lowered it. Yeah, it would have been really good. They should have tried that. That would have been good.
5-hole.
Well, look, you know what's funny? If you go back to the 80s, the fact that Patrick Waugh popularized the butterfly style as opposed to the stand-up style of goaltending, that changes things too, because the butterfly style allowed him to block certain types of shots better than somebody in a more stand-up style.
And the size of his equipment.
It did make a difference.
They went to extreme at that time period. 86, 87, 88 was everything. And then they had to put limitations on it. I don't think there was limitations prior. And then they added a little bit extra to the glove, that little space, and then another catcher. It's like, hey. And they finally stepped in I think late 80s, early 90s, they started putting regulations on. So
that's the reason why. That's the reason why I almost have to treat it as its own beast. If a player played in the 80s, they had certain advantages that a guy in the early 90s, by the way, was still very offensive. There were still tons of great seasons compiled in the early mid 90s. As soon as New Jersey won the Stanley Cup, playing a trap style, all of a sudden it got damn quiet. That score sheet got really sparse. It got really quiet for a little bit there, and it was tough. So it's like,
and baseball too, with the movie, Moneyball, that changed the game too.
Yeah, there's a lot of these little areas in between.
Yes. So you can never say who's the absolute best or has the best record. I think it has to be, broken down into maybe pre-war, then maybe you can go post-war up to, I don't know, to the 50s, 60s, and then the 70s and 80s. I don't know. It's so hard. And so no one's ever really right in the end.
Good old in the end.
Between leagues, equipment, amount of games played, shake the dice, man, roll it out and go, hey, there's 15 different factors here. We got to make sure that you can't.
Look, I think, Eric, I think the only thing we can agree upon tonight, definitively, is that the all-time greats, were Hal effing Gill.
Yes, well, y'all know that.
And Tom Lysiak.
Yep. Well, yeah, absolutely.
That's it. We're agreed. We're agreed. I think we got it. We nailed it.
Mr. Atlanta Flames.
So Carlisle here says the first Atlanta Falcon running back.
Atlanta.
1,000 yards.
Atlanta. Yes. Who's talking to Atlanta?
I know. Didn't. Rushed for 1,000 yards, then carried the ball again and lost a couple of yards. Then the season ended. Just seems about right.
It happened.
Does it actually work that way?
Yeah, you can lose yardage. Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
If you do a rush and you're behind the line of scrimmage and you get tackled, that's a loss of yards.
Yep.
You can lose yardage.
Negative.
Negative play.
I understand, like, for your overall games, but if you're looking at, I know what negative yardage is. Like, oh yeah, you get blown up from behind the line of scrimmage.
Yeah,
you get negative yardage, but I didn't think that actually took away from.
Oh yes, 100%
for your stats.
Which says something when, like, gonna be 1,000-yard rusher and you just missed it by that much. You would have been better off on the bench. If you just stayed on the bench, you would have had your 1,000 yards.
Lost by inches.
Martin Jones had an 897 save percentage during the last 6 seasons. Didn't realize he played during the 80s. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Played 2 games, had 2 blowouts.
Yeah. Dave here is referring to the 1920 season that I talked about. Roof of 54 home runs. Sisler's second with 19, which is correct. How many of those Oilers points were from abusing 4-on-4? Well, in the 80s, I don't think 4-on-4 was as much a thing.
No,
Yeah, that wasn't really
no,
that
it
wasn't
wasn't
really a thing.
even. It wasn't even there.
Yeah. Look, like if I want to criticize the 80s, and it's not really a criticism, it's just the reality of the way the game was at that time. That's what it was. The goaltender equipment was smaller. Some of them were still doing stand-up goaltending, which became obsolete within a couple of years. Which there's no stand-up goaltenders today. If it worked really well, they keep doing it. The fact that they went to the butterfly style should indicate that the style was better for blocking.
And the pads got big.
Yeah, absolutely. So at that time, you didn't have that. So you had more net to shoot. You had more wide open ice because guys were moving. They were motoring down there. And they were able to get more shots off that way. As a result, scoring was higher. To Bobby's point. All you got the stat is there. I don't need to tell you. Go look up goals per game. How many goals are scored on average throughout the league, equalized through the whole league, not just focusing on one team or one sector, throughout the league per game. How many goals are being scored during that era? And then go look a couple of decades later. And you will see the numbers smaller.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. So either the athletes got worse or things got adjusted. The equipment, less space on the ice, less opportunities to get those shots off, and the defensive style change. All of these things combined changed it.
In the 50s, Boom Boom invented the slap shot. So, there was no slap shot prior to that, really. Or I don't even think it was allowed, or it wasn't really a thing. It was snapshots and wrist shots.
I want to say maybe prior to the mask, it might have been a thing that was frowned upon. I don't know. I don't know if it was flat out illegal, but it would have been frowned upon, I would think. It's not very sporting. It's not very sporting when the guy has nothing protecting his face.
Well, if you saw some of those early sticks, the slap shot would have broke the stick, right?
Sure. Yeah. Sure.
And so until it got to a certain stage and Boom Boom Jeffrey on his, he was the first guy to officially take the slap shot and kind of coined that phrase, sort of thing. Where a lot of guys maybe didn't wind up so much, but I guess until you learn and you see what you see, it's a different game.
Fair. Zach, you're saying, what does Eric Disc look like? It's full of chocolate sticks.
Wish. No, it's got cards and hockey pucks on it. I got it all kind of displayed, and then everything else I just have is really well organized. So if I can remember where things are, I can get to them quickly.
Wow.
He's quick.
Rock Latex here says, I remember the NFL when Steve Largent was the all-time leader in receiving yards. That is true.
76 was that?
I love Steve Largent, man. He was awesome.
He was good.
And then Jerry Rice hold my beer.
Oh, he was putting up. Look, that's when the game was starting to shift because those teams were starting to put together like some really great seasons. And the San Francisco 49ers were a very strong team.
Mm-hmm.
And Jerry Rice was a great receiver. So you've got a great quarterback throwing to a great receiver in an offense that is well designed and well conceived, and they were feasting.
Yes.
And they won Super Bowls for their trouble. So something was working. It was working for them. Mm-hmm. So Carlisle here says the worst part is they stopped the game to acknowledge the 1,000 yards. Then he lost a couple of yards. Dave Hampton. He actually lost 5 yards because he was tripped up in the backfield. Facts.
Damn.
That's what happens. Negative yard plays, man. Negative yard. Now, in fairness, what's funny about it is the 1,000 yards is obviously the plateau that everybody shoots for. But obviously now with even more games, the 1,000 yards, like go take 1,000 yards. Go take it. You're going to have to bump it up to really consider it to be an accomplishment now.
Yeah, I think so.
Because it was already a struggle. But if you take a 17-game season, 1,000 yards. Okay, so here's quick maths. Try it.
No.
17 games, 1,000 yards. How many yards is that per game?
Come on.
7.
Huh?
That's my answer to everything. 7.
So close. Bobby?
Pretty close. I don't know, 6.3, something. I don't know.
Well, it's 17 games, 1,000 yards. So 58. So 58. Almost 59.
63, I was saying. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
That's 6.3.
The point is, though, if I tell you that a running back ran for 60 yards, are you impressed?
Now,
not really.
No.
Today?
Not really.
Why would you?
60 yards is not much.
No.
Not really. 100-yard
Yes.
rushing games are the metric of a great running back is 100-yard games.
Mm-hmm.
You want to get as close as you can 100 yards plus, theoretically.
Sure.
The point is that 100 yards, if you're averaging 100 yards per game now, that's 1,700 yards.
That's a lot. Yeah.
So if I say 1,000, that's less than 60. That's fairly pedestrian. That's kind of average for a decent runner. That's pretty pedestrian. That's not a great performance, really.
Mhm.
It's nothing that anybody's going to notice. But
Sure.
if you average 60 per game, that would get you over 1,000 in a 17-game season. So I think 1,000 now, to your point, I think 1,000 now is you might be looking more like, if you want to show me that I'm supposed to be impressed, I want to see more like 1,200 and above. Because even then it's like not that much more, but it's still more.
You have to do those numbers just to be fair. Or to be
fair,
You have to be fair.
Oh, that's different. Yeah, because how do you compare 1 year to the next year? It's not going to work.
yeah. Well, if you remember, I was saying earlier tonight, I did the thing with the OG Simpson and some of these other guys. In that one season, he averaged 143.1 yards rushing per game on average. Average. That's pretty darn good. The guy that's behind him is Jim Brown. Pretty good rusher himself.
Damn good.
133.1 per game. Still damn good. There's an Adrian Peterson season where he would average 131 rushing yards per game. Pretty damn good. So when I'm saying 60 and below, 60 will get you at 1,000. Kind of pedestrian.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting, I don't want to go out there and try to do it myself. It's a tough job. But I'm saying 1,000 yards is impressive when you add more games. You add more games, 1,000 yards becomes less impressive.
Yeah.
So you have to kind of bump up the bar just to keep it like, even it out a little bit.
That's exactly what I was saying. You have to do that. It's only fair to people who argue about who's the best or who's this or who's that, and take those averages, and that'll actually give you an answer.
I'll show you something. Yeah. Back in the day, they didn't count tackles. They counted how many teeth you had left at the end of the game.
Hey, those are easy stats.
Mm-hmm.
Because you only have so many teeth, right?
Right.
Sure. It is true.
But,
I think we've learned a lot today, Eric. I think we've learned a lot tonight.
There's a lot of hashtag scholarship tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I learned that Major League Baseball has been a trash league since day one.
There we go.
But now you have to add that into football as well because they count the AFL stats.
Yeah. But hockey doesn't.
That was a separate league. They count those stats. It is true.
I wonder if the NHA stats got added. That'd be interesting.
See, I got a question though. Like in all seriousness, we talked about it earlier tonight. If the NFL is counting AFL stats, and AFL operated as a separate rival league, they did merge. But if those stats count, why are we not counting the WHA stats?
I don't know.
Is that fundamentally different scenario?
Well, it's one league that kind of morphed into another, so it wasn't like merging. It was kind of, so it is a little different. I understand that.
I don't know. I think it's in some ways it's actually, I gotta be honest, the NFL example is interesting because they also did play a couple of Super Bowls directly against each other. And so the Super Bowl was them playing each other. And then that was prior to them officially incorporating into the same league, NFC and AFC.
The gray area. Yeah.
Yeah. Because they physically played against one another for a couple of seasons there.
Yeah.
A little trial prior to then being like, all right, it's one league, NFC, AFC, go with God, my son. But then there's still all those other seasons where those other stats count because those were not NFL stats. The NFL existed and the AFL existed. Those are two different things.
Well, it's sort of like the WHA and the NHL, but the WHA merged into the NHL. It wasn't the other way around, and there's no way it was the other way around. So it's a little different.
To a degree. The thing is, the AFL and the NFL. So then
they were
the
both
AFL
parallel.
merged in the NFL.
Yeah,
they were, but when they came to an agreement, I guess it depends on how you interpret the agreement. Because to me, the AFL goes today. The NFL still exists. The AFL does not. The AFL merged into the NFL.
Yes.
To become the NFL.
Gotcha.
So, I think it's more similar than we let on. It's just kind of interesting that they decided to go that route. It's like, is it that this? Are you sure? Like, okay, if you go with it. Eric, I love the Pats, and Eric has to acknowledge the Pats were in an inferior league for a while.
Pats were an inferior team until Drew Bledsoe showed up.
Bledsoe.
It was always 63. The NFL was likely just as good. The 63 Chargers would have destroyed the NFL champ Bears that year. Will the NFL count Kurt Warner's arena football stats or NFL Worldwide League? Count all.
Barcelona Dragons, baby.
We should all root on the Barcelona Dragons. I still think that's still a good nickname.
Sure.
It'd be amazing. Eric, if they were called the Dragons, you could have a dragon in the stadium that literally breathes fire at people.
That'd be cool.
That'd be awesome.
Game of Thrones.
That sounds like a fantastic idea. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
Bring it back.
That's not a disappointment. That's not a disappointment.
You know,
I think we could have done better.
Kiss had its own arena team for a while.
Yes.
I think Gene Simmons had an everything for a while.
That is true.
True.
He even had his own hockey memorabilia app for like 4 seconds. Gene Simmons literally was involved in everything.
I wouldn't be shocked.
Like the problem was that Gene Simmons was, I don't even know what hockey is. That might be a problem, Gene. That could be an issue.
Yep.
But he tried it.
Some people
Look, WCW even had a Kiss knockoff, the Demon.
Yeah.
Which was licensed by Kiss. Like I said, Gene Simmons will take a buck from anybody. There's nobody he will not. Look, I'll sell it hard, but I can't hold a candle to Gene Simmons.
They have
that
their own
anything.
coffin. Kiss. They have a Kiss coffin.
Yes, and you pre-ordered. Go on.
2.
Oh. Nice.
Just saying. Abidjan says Jack Kemp had 20,000 passing yards in the AFL. If you look at the NFL stats, it's all added together. Yep. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. The AFL stats are incorporated. They count. Which again, once the NFL decided that they would incorporate it and they made an agreement, they counted the stats. So I think it was kind of like I said, I understand. I think the point here is that each one of the leagues made a separate judgment call depending on the situation at the time. All of them made a certain call. All of them made a very different judgment call because the NFL literally decided that they would acknowledge these stats. The Major League Baseball decided it would acknowledge these stats. They just went with it. So this isn't the first time, and it isn't the only league to do it. The NHL one is actually a bit more of the outlier, and the ABA, obviously, with the NBA. So it looks like the NBA and the NFL are the only ones that didn't do it. It's kind of weird. I don't know. Half the leagues did, and half the leagues didn't.
I'm completely against it, no matter what the sport, no matter what the situation. Doesn't make any sense to me. Now, you have mergers. If there's some wiggle room there. If, during the merger, it's decided that those things will be carried over. I still think it's wrong, but okay. But it's just if you're gonna say these are the history of the league stats, but this person never played in the league, it just does. It's nonsensical. Doesn't make any sense.
All because you refuse to acknowledge the supremacy of the California Golden Seals.
Well, they didn't. The California Golden Seals didn't look so good tonight. Hopefully they can come back because I did predict them to win. So
it's looking rough. They're going to have to play better. I was hoping they would come back with a stronger performance, but it is what it is. Joe Namath is possibly the most overrated Hall of Famer out there. He is the most overrated Hall of Famer out there. What we said, Lynn Swann, but maybe it's probably the most important player in NFL history. I think that's agreeable. I think the whole being a Hall of Famer thing, as far as Super Bowl III, I understand it. I get it. But Joe Namath is very interesting. Very interesting case. The charge for the merger, the AFL was legit good, but some of the NFL wanted to nullify the merger until Namath's Jets won a Super Bowl. Yep. Can't imagine a Hall of Fame without Namath. Fair. Or Pete Rose.
Yeah. Right.
Look, like I said, I'm in the camp of I'm good with Pete Rose being in the Hall of Fame after he's dead. Literally, the day he dies, they can put him in the Hall of Fame. As they lower the casket, hey, congratulations, you're in the Hall of Fame, fucker. Good job. That's it. Like for me, though, I'm not morally offended by the gambling. That doesn't offend me. I'm certainly not. Far be it from me. That would be complete hypocrisy on my part, given that I do like to make the odd wager. The point is, the reason my thought process behind this is very simple. I'm a big fan of punishing stupidity. Major League Baseball had one rule, one thing. You could literally kill a man on the field, and probably that's cool.
And he can take steroids.
One rule, Eric. One.
Yeah.
They publish in the clubhouses. They put it right there. Like, don't do the thing. Don't do the thing. He did the thing.
Yeah.
So like, he doesn't have a leg to stand on for me. I'm literally, but Carlos, today I don't care. The point is, he was an idiot, and I'm completely okay with punishing his idiocy forever. But Carlos, after he's dead, he can go in. The point is, he will never live to see my plan. If I was telling them, it's like, guys, the day he dies, you can induct him. Literally the day. Wait until you confirm the death, double check, and then as soon as we're sure he's dead, bury his ass, and then you put him in the Hall of Fame.
Drive the casket right by.
Yeah, just drive it by. It can do a little wave. It's fine. It's cool. The point is, you had one rule to follow. You could have, by the way, if the guy had just retired, gone home, he could have placed all the wagers he wants and whatever the fuck he wants, and he'd have been in the Hall of Fame 30 years ago. This isn't complicated. Like, this isn't difficult. The guy just couldn't help himself. He did the one thing you weren't allowed to do while he wasn't allowed to do it. But Eric, the thing is, though, if he was retired, not involved in the game, sitting on his ass at home, he can place all the bets he wants on whatever the hell team he wants.
But he needed to keep making money because he's a gambling addict.
Yeah, but that's not.
And Marge Schott was going to keep writing those checks.
Yeah. That's basically, like, the point is, all the guy had to do was just not do one thing, or clearly not get caught doing one thing, and he couldn't manage that. Okay, well then, suffer. Imagine Eric's outrage at Abdullah the Butcher being in the WWE Hall of Fame despite never wrestling for WWE. Outrageous. You can't count Abdullah the Butcher's stats.
Is Abdullah the Butcher a Hall of Famer?
He is, actually.
That's disgusting.
Was that Pete Rose? I heard.
I was saying, Bobby, my spiel on Pete Rose. My thing on Pete Rose is always very similar. Statistically, you should be in the Hall of Fame. But like my take has always been, I like punishing stupidity. And in baseball, you only had one thing you weren't allowed to do. One thing. And he did the one thing. And I'm sitting there like, you shouldn't be rewarded for this. Like, you know what? Die, and then I'll let you in.
It's tough. I don't know about that.
Didn't they give Pete chances to come back and did pretty much everything to burn bridges? He had a couple of times where it looked like there was a groundswell of support, and then Pete Rose would do something or say something stupid.
Right. Yeah.
So again, I go back to my stupidity point. This man has worked very hard to give them every reason not to let him ever get in while he's alive.
I mean, he has been invited by Major League Baseball to participate in events, since his, ban, and somehow he screws himself over yet again.
Yeah, and for the record, so we're all on the same page, the Baseball Hall of Fame is not the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame. They could induct him if they wished. They are not bound by Major League Baseball to do anything. But Major League Baseball has also not said definitively, well, you can't. We said he's banned from Major League Baseball.
Yeah,
we didn't say he's banned from the Hall of Fame. You do you. Like, you're a separate organization. You can do what you wish.
Wasn't he doing that as a coach?
Yes.
So then his player stats should go through, and he should be in the Hall of Fame with an asterisk.
And
my point is that I don't want to reward him at all. He can go as soon as he's dead. He can go in with no asterisk. He doesn't need an asterisk. I'm not concerned about his. I'm willing to let him in with no asterisk. We'll just acknowledge, hey, barred from the game for gambling, blah blah blah. We'll put it in the last line. But while you're alive, you were stupid. You did the one thing you weren't supposed to do. Like, my point of a punishment here. This is a lifetime ban. Lifetime is while you're alive.
Understood, but he didn't do it through his playing years, so.
Oh, that we know of. Pete Rose didn't suddenly start gambling as soon as he retired.
Probably not.
I'd be very surprised if Pete Rose didn't have a couple of things going on. We just never caught him doing that part.
Tough call, until you catch him.
I think if he was a good guy, which he isn't,
Not a swap.
My defense was always he never bet against his own team. He was trying to win. So, he used his insider information, his knowledge of the game, and put bets for the Reds to win. So I was like, all right, what's the big deal? Now, if he was throwing games to to win bets, yeah, you're all done, dude. You're all done. But they never found that. He only bet on his teams to win.
Yep. It's sort of like the Black Sox. Some of those guys won't make the Hall of Fame, but they should, because they really didn't participate. So they say.
Well, I think with the Black Sox one is actually more clear cut for me.
The
reason I say that, no, it's more clear cut because Shoeless Joe Jackson's been dead a damn long time.
Yeah.
Like, again, I'm actually going back to exactly what the ruling was at that lifetime ban.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Jackson's dead.
Yeah.
He doesn't get to materially benefit from this at all. But there's no reason the estate, the extended family or something can't get at this point. Go ahead. My take would be for Joe Jackson. Go ahead. At this point, like, the statute of limitations has now passed far enough. It's been long enough. We're now just, you can induct him on the basis of his playing career that he had, which I don't think is unfair. But again, he will never materially benefit from it. No, I don't think there's any harm in that. You can acknowledge the reason he was banned in the first place, make a note of it, and then move on.
Wasn't there a few guys that were kind of innocent, but they got banned too?
That is the prevailing theory, because the problem with trying to measure that World Series game is that it wasn't like the White Sox were swept in 4.
No,
they won games. So the point is, even if a player did things, made critical errors, like, was it them making an error the way that a player can make an error, or was it them intentionally flubbing a play? And that's based on the eye of the beholder. You have to kind of look at it, the situation, and go like, what happened?
It doesn't look so obvious at that point when you look at it that way.
Yeah.
But, there was obviously something going on, and I think a few others got tied into it too, guilty by the dozen.
More than possible. More than possible that a few players were implicated that probably had very little to do with what happened.
Very much of a team sport too, not an individual sport. So it's a big difference, sort of.
Yeah. And I think what complicated matters is that it's not like any of the players batted 0. Oh, he struck out 15 times in the World Series and like literally made 47 errors. Like, it's not that overt. It's not so obvious that, like, hey, what the hell are you doing over there?
Exactly.
You barely look like a competent professional at this point.
Mm-hmm.
It was more like a couple little things here and there, a small edge here and there, and that was enough to make a difference.
Yep.
That's kind of the question that always has been kind of part of that. They didn't create the Hall of Fame should remove a ban, or if it would have been required to remove Mantle or Mays for the connection to gambling Vegas. Yes. Well, the gambling in Vegas thing was kind of partially after the fact, and also like they weren't actively participating in the league at the time. So, but I agree with Carlos's general point. I agree with his general point. But that's why what I was saying to Eric just before he came back, Bobby, is I said, look, if Pete Rose had retired, I can't remember what year did he get. Like, it was 89. Was it 89 when that happened? If Pete Rose retired in 1988, like as a player, manager, everything, just retired, he's sitting on his ass at home. He can make all the bets he wants on whatever the hell he wants in whatever manner he wants, and he'd be in the Hall of Fame right now.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Again, I'm back to Pete Rose being an idiot. So I'm like, it was like, that was really stupid, and there was no reason for it. And literally, if you just walked away, you could literally be betting 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and never sleep. That's your problem at that point. But just get away from the sport while you're doing it, and then you're fine.
Mm-hmm.
People may not like it; they'll shake their finger, but you'll still be in the Hall of Fame. That'd be about it. He didn't bet against the team that we know of, yeah, and that's kind of the thing. As far as you can tell, no. But
he had like a former or a current FBI guy do all this background stuff, and they just never found any proof. So,
well, Eric, the fact is, look, I didn't want to do this. I'm going to break some news.
Oh boy.
The reason Pete Rose was the reason they couldn't figure it out was that Pete Rose got his surrogate to make his wagers for him, Shohei Ohtani. So Pete Rose got Shohei Ohtani to make the wagers for him, and that's why they were never able to connect the two. And Shohei Ohtani, in his most recent scandal, was not involved in it because the interpreter took the fall. But the interpreter took the fall because the bets were placed by Pete Rose, quid pro quo over decades.
Yes.
So the Ohtani bets were done by Pete Rose, and the Pete Rose bets were done by Ohtani.
It does all make sense now.
Animal.
That's how. Listen, that's how they got away with it, and they would have gotten away with it all the way too if it wasn't for those meddling kids.
Always the kids.
They ruin everything. Everything. CC says, will Bonds, A-Rod, or Clemens ever get in the Hall of Fame? I think there will come a day where Barry Bonds will eventually get in because eventually enough of the current writers will die. and they'll be like, he's the all-time leader in home runs. For a stretch of time, it was like, but he did. It's like, you understand, people walked him with the bases loaded. They were so terrified of this man that and he was already like a Hall of Fame track before his head grew 5 sizes, before he suddenly looked like he was like Popeye on spinach. Before all that occurred, he was already Hall of Fame track for sure, guaranteed.
He was great.
And then he went God mode.
Yeah.
What steroids did for him is they turned on God mode, and all of a sudden they couldn't pitch to him. They throw him one pitch in a 3-game series and he hit it for a home run. It was ridiculous.
He would bunt and hit a home run.
Yeah, it was so absurd. And here's the funny thing, Eric. In a certain way, it almost elevates his status because a lot of guys did steroids and none of them went God mode like Barry Bonds did. He was already like 99. Plus. He was already 99 on the out of 100 scale.
That's right.
And then steroids took him to 147. It was stupid. So it was he was the most ridiculous hitter I have ever witnessed. Yeah. It was must-see TV. So for that alone, I consider him a Hall of Famer, no doubt. To me, there's no doubt. Clemens is interesting, and I'll tell you why. Clemens is a little more interesting because at the tail end of his Boston run, it looked like he was washed. Bonds was at the peak of his powers and then went God mode, elevated to the tiers that we can't see. Clemens looked like he was washed right at the end of Boston, and then suddenly in Toronto found better living through chemistry, and all of a sudden he was a multi-time Cy Young Award winner again.
True.
So he's a little bit of an interesting case. I look at him a little differently.
Those drugs that were shipped to his house were not his. Those were his wife's.
Obviously.
Okay.
I also blame Shohei Ohtani.
So we all know those drugs that the feds caught him with at his home in Texas were not his. Those belong to his wife.
Important. So for Bonds, to me, should, simply because again he was so dominant and so ridiculous, it was so absurd. It was just madness. Clemens to me is a little statistically he should. Statistically, no doubt. But like I said, I feel like he got a second lease on life. I think better living through chemistry did some really good things for Clemens. It helped him get over that hump where it looked like he was about to hit a hard decline. He was already trending that way. Like I said, Bonds was at the peak of his powers when he just went God mode. A-Rod was really good though. He really was. I feel like he's a little closer to the Bonds example because he was still up in the top of his abilities and then enhanced it.
Yeah.
That's kind of my only. So does that make sense, Eric? Do you get what I'm trying to say? I'm comparing the 3 players, and what I'm looking at is I'm looking at one guy who looked like he was on the descent and then got a boost. And I'm looking at 2 guys that were still right at or near their peaks that then got a bump up. Do you get what I'm saying?
Right.
So that's kind of I'm separating them that way.
I still think all 3 of them are bad human beings.
Different conversation.
I don't root for them in any way. We know all 3 cheated, and I don't think they're Hall.
So many cheated.
Yeah, I don't think they're from a Hall of Fame worthy.
Yeah, David Ortiz is already in.
And I said he shouldn't be.
Yeah, but he's already in. It's the Harold Baines argument. I'm going to keep pointing at the big poppy guy until you get over it. I'm going to keep pointing.
Yeah.
Over there. That guy's already
He was actually caught. So I mean, it's
what's our argument here? I'm pointing right now. I'm pointing.
No, it's a complete joke. So that just, again, another thing that leads me in the direction that baseball is crap and Major League Baseball is a complete joke. So there's been a lot of that tonight.
Look, Eric, I don't understand what you're talking about. We all know Wayne Gretzky was literally doing all the drugs.
Yeah,
Wayne
exactly.
Gretzky,
Right?
if he had been left to his own devices, Wayne Gretzky was only 2 feet tall.
Yeah.
Like he took all the drugs, like all of them.
All the drugs. Wayne Gretzky
All the
took
drugs.
all the yep.
Yeah. And the problem is nobody tested him because he looked emaciated, but the truth is he was only 2 feet
True.
tall.
Well, they
Naturally,
were
like he was 2 feet tall.
stuck a needle in his
He was
arm.
skinny like a
He
jungle.
was actually a gnome. Wayne Gretzky was actually born a gnome. He was on someone's lawn when they found him.
Oh.
And then they gave him the drugs.
Yeah.
Imagine if he had been left without the drugs. He would have remained a gnome to this very day.
Yeah.
He can sit out in my front yard.
Yep. On the patch that still isn't grown grass.
Yeah.
He'd be guarding it to hopefully the grass eventually would show up.
Signing autographs.
I'd have elected Pete
for it.
Rose if it had been for association with the Grecian hair formula commercials. Fair.
That's probably it, too.
His discretions
Richard too, right?
are so numerous. His discretions are so numerous. I referenced my bingo card earlier with Bobby's Atlanta. I did not have Pete Rose. Alas, no Pete Rose. Maddox said Bonds is an easy player to pitch to. 4 outside the zone. Walk, done. Facts. Bonds for a time was like playing the video game on easy mode. Yeah. Look, that's my argument for Bonds is just that he was so ridiculous. Like it is at that moment with all that stuff going on. I acknowledge that it enhanced his abilities, but his abilities were already pretty damn good.
Yeah.
And then it just became absurd.
It's just the way it works.
Yep. What's the baseball equivalent of T4 Belfort? Tough to say. Tougher say. My nephew was waiting brain surgery for cancer at MD Anderson. Clemens spent half an hour with him talking about baseball. That changed my perception of Clemens. Good guy. Nephew's healthy. Hey, fair enough. At least you got a good story with the guy. That's good.
Yeah.
I'm not when it comes to those guys, I'm not going to make any judgments on their character. That's not my concern. When I asked about the 3, I compare them based on where their trajectory was at the time that, they found the Hogan 80s vitamins, brother. At the time they found them, at the time they look at, prayers and vitamins, brother. At the time they located them, and 2 of the players I think were still at or near their peak, and then got a rocket pack. The rocket, ironically, was on the decline, and he found some fuel for his rocket. It helped. A-Rod kept getting caught. Yes, he's a very dumb man. Did get suspended like 3 times. So he got suspended at least once or twice. I forget the amount.
And he likes to kiss his reflection in the mirror.
Well, by that metric, we should be judging you for doing the same.
Yeah, but I'm way more handsome than him.
I'm going to go with a hard no.
Oh.
I'm going to go with the no meme on that.
I don't understand.
Straight up to the Bugs Bunny no meme on that one. Bonds and Clemens will eventually get in, probably. Like I said, I wouldn't have any objection to A-Rod getting in either. Like, look, I don't care if you want to put all 3 guys in. Statistically, they've earned it well enough, and they've all got a chance. I think they've all run through now the full cycle of opportunities based on the regular voting. I think it's all Veterans Committee now. Now it's just a matter of if they can get the Veterans Committee to put them in. Like I said, I think Bonds should be in for sure on a Veterans Committee thing at some point here. Clemens, I'd be fine with, and A-Rod had almost 700 home runs, and he was really, really good. At his apex, he was really, really good. I think, look, if I had a choice, look, I'll give A-Rod the Hall of Fame if I can have back the year that he stole a MVP from Carlos Delgado. Because there's a year that Delgado was second, and like A-Rod was already full juiced at that time. I was like, Delgado to me should be it because he was really good at his apex, and he actually had to retire early due to injury. So like he should have been a 500 home run guy easily because he was already tracking that.
Get ripped.
Yeah. So look, A-Rod, you can have Hall of Fame if you hand the MVP trophy back. Hand it back, give it back, and you can have this other thing. That's the deal.
That's a deal.
That's the deal. Anyway, all right, guys, we're winding down. Last couple of minutes before we call it a night. Any last thoughts or comments before we throw them in? We actually got in quite a bit of mileage on that whole this debate. Who knew that Josh Gibson and the Negro Leagues would give us so much material? And we got to do hashtag scholarship. We got to learn about the Federal League. We got to discuss a lot of them components, man. So much.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Let's see how the debate can go. It just keeps going back and forth if you put all those little circumstances in there.
It is, but look, if I was going to put a button on the whole thing, I'll just say this. I don't think it had a significant enough impact on the real like accounting stats and all that for me to be concerned about it. Like it's at the end of the day, the changes that it made to the record book were very minor in the grand scheme of things. I had no issue with it because, again, the all-time leaders in home runs, RBIs, hits, none of that's been changed. None of it.
And at that point, you just say, good enough.
Yeah, it's like
Move on.
if you guys are worried about the 457th leading hitter of all time being displaced, I'm sorry. My apologies.
If it did
All
piss
I
off
know
people, then it's a different story.
Is I am going to be added to the Major League Soccer statistics because I played competitive college soccer, and I will be added to those statistics now, and I'm very excited about that.
And and we're all very proud of you being dead last in all these categories.
What I will be added.
Cool.
I think that's important. We'll get the Wikipedias on this to acknowledge your feat.
Yeah.
Carlos says, last thought, Sean Connery would have been a great Batman.
I was thinking that probably.
With the accent, I like it. By contrast, Timothy Dalton couldn't even be Robin. Dang.
Pierce
I will
Brosnan.
say though, if you want to have a chuckle, I think he was in it. I want to make sure. I think Timothy Dalton was in Hot Fuzz. You guys ever seen Hot Fuzz?
That was good. Yeah.
That was a great film. Very funny.
Mhm.
And I believe Timothy Dalton was in it, and he was hilarious. Yes. He was one of the villains in it. No real spoilers.
Mayor of the town or something.
Yeah. The point is, hilarious. He was great in that movie. Very funny. Very funny. So for that, he gets approval from me.
There you
Hit
go.
the like. Thank you, Zach. Have a good evening. Have a good night, Hobby Champs. CC, good night. Have a great weekend as well. Have to mention Pete Rose getting tombstone by Kane in Chicken Suit. He's in the W. He's already in the Hall of Fame. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. We're done. Pete Rose has gotten enough. We're good. Last word to Bob Jackson. Have a good one, folks. Don't forget your daily dose of mayo. Yes.
Ah, gross.
Perfect. Final words. This is episode 190. The BIC live stream. Longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. Get your daily dose of mayo, Eric. And congratulations on your MLS accomplishments.
Hall of Famer.
Banned.
Amazing. Totally banned. But that's it for us. Have yourselves a good one. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. We'll catch you in the next one.
Bye, guys.